them. We also carry the universities into this tech space and have them learn how they can actually matriculate into these universities and colleges. And we support innovation and entrepreneurship, and more importantly, cyber safety and security as we get into this tech space. And so, in wrapping up, I want you to imagine what you can create. Imagine what it is that are the possibilities, how it is that you can go about using tech, right? What it is that you can develop, how it is that you can create, where are the problems, where are the pain points. And the future of tech really belongs to those who dare to invent it. So, as girls in ICT, as girls who are interested in ICT, be that change. Think about the future. The future belongs to you, and you can make the difference. And don't be like me and wait until you are, all of this to go into the tech space. Start from though, and enjoy it. It's fun. It's really good when you know that you see a problem, you can solve it, you have solved it, and you see the users using it. And one of my students would say to me, Miss, I am addicted to learning. And for me, that is gold. And so, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much as we get into this I am tech space. Close out. And so, in wrapping up, I'm not seeing my last slide. Right. So, this is my contact information. So, thank you so much for having me, and it is certainly a pleasure sharing with you this morning.
Thank you very much, Miss Brian Campbell. And at this stage, we now welcome Miss Latisha Maharaj, currently serves as the acting head and advisor of the Commonwealth Connectivity Agenda section in Trade, Oceans, and Natural Resources Directorate of the Commonwealth Secretariat, where she primarily focuses on advancing the Commonwealth's work on digital trade and works as a part of the multidisciplinary team to deliver the goals of the Commonwealth Connectivity Agenda for trade and investment. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the CARICOM Secretariat ICT for the team for leading this very important initiative and extending an invitation to the Commonwealth Connectivity Agenda team to speak. So what I see in this participant list are a lot of young, bright, prospective girls who are raring to get into ICT. And I also am humbled to be in this esteemed company by many key innovators and women leaders in STEM within the Caribbean. A little bit about myself and what we do. The Commonwealth Connectivity Agenda, it's really aimed at economic empowerment and promoting trade and investment across the Commonwealth. We work with all 56 member states, so we work with regions, different regions in Africa, Pacific, Asia, and the Caribbean. And one of the things that is one of our key cross-cutting areas is how do we bridge that digital divide in terms of empowering women and girls. I can say that this topic is very near and dear to my heart, not just because I work in technology as the advisor for digital trade for the Commonwealth, but also because I am a proud Caribbean person. I am a national of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And without giving away my age, I have been working in the field of ICT for 18 years. And as my colleague Davion would have mentioned before, technology, once you get into this field, it's a passion, it's a lifelong addiction. And one of the things that is amazing about ICT and a career in this area is that it is one of the most challenging areas in terms of exciting, because every single day there's a new development in technology. There is something new, something innovative. It is rapidly evolving. So if you always want to be continuously challenged, then this is definitely the area to get into. So why are we celebrating Girls in ICT Day? And why is this so important that we particularly focus on women and girls? Can you hear me, by the way? This initiative was launched by the International Telecommunications Union, which would have been mentioned in the introduction, because the empowerment of women and girls is a critical gap that we need to bridge as we enter into the digital age. You will find that this has been recognized on an international level by the United Nations as women empowerment and gender equality is SDG goal under SDG 5, as well as access to quality education in vocational and technical areas. On a regional level, it is supported by CARICOM as well as other regional bodies that are driving this. And on the national level, you find that many governments are really trying more and more to get women and girls to be pioneers and leaders in the field of science and technology. But why would they do that? What is the need that they're trying to bridge or gap? You'd find that at 15 years of age on average, only 0.5% of girls wish to become ICT professionals compared to 5% of boys. And why do you think that is? And we will get into that a little bit more in this presentation. But within not just the Caribbean, but the world as a whole, we have these traditional beliefs. Boys do tech stuff. Boys are very sporty. Boys are going to do all the manly engineering stuff. And as a result of which, you'd find that even though there may be a level of interest, there's something called a self-selection bias, where girls feel that they may not opt towards or gravitate towards doing this because this is not something that girls traditionally or stereotypically do or get into. But you will find that particularly over the last few decades, this has changed. Now, we all know for a fact that women and girls in the Latin American and Caribbean regions surpass men by 6.1% in high school completion. In fact, I dare say it is a known fact that even looking at this chart in the corner here, you'll find that male to females, women graduate have a higher graduation level from university than men. And this is for a host of reasons. However, only 18% of tertiary education females graduate in ICT. And what is even more important is that while only 18% of the graduates in ICT at their studies and exam get out into the field level of success and achievement and the level of job and so this is really to conscientious
Vashti, sorry, Vashti, Vashti,
within the Caribbean, and women only make up 7%. But you find that, yeah. Can you hear me?
Vashti, sorry, can you you may need to take off your video. You're coming into us from London and we're getting a lot of breaking up. I think we're testing the network today. So please take off your video. Apologies for not being able to see your lovely face, but I think if you take it off, we might be able to hear you better. Thank you. You can still share your screen. I'm not sure we lost that, but you can still share your screen. Okay, so while we wait for her to be able to reconnect to us, I will now ask Ms. Brian Campbell a few questions pertaining to the whole concept of behind the screens and girls empowerment. So while you have been able to advance as a young woman in the field of ITC, what advice would you have to young females who may be interested but may not have the support or avenues necessary to be able to get their break in this sector?
All right. So my advice is to seek mentorship and support from other persons who are in the field. So let me just turn on my camera so that you can see me as I speak. Right. So my advice is to get mentorship and support. Ask for mentorship and support, certainly, as well as to try and do the internships. So, like for example, my company that is a startup, we are always looking for interns. So for those persons who are interested in becoming interns, could volunteer to become interns in these tech companies and learn, because sometimes it is more valuable to just understand and to learn and to just sit at somebody's feet and really understand the processes and what it takes, and so that you are able now to make decisions as to whether or not this is a field that you really want to go in based on your own experience and exposure. And that is invaluable. You don't have to pay for that. That's something that you can just go and get.
Thank you very much for that response.
I see that she's back.
She's back. Vashti, could you hear me?
Can you hear me? I don't know if you actually heard any of my presentation.
Yes, I can hear and see you now.
So did you hear anything that I just said in the last 5 minutes?
It
was choppy a bit, but we heard as best as we could.
I think we were on your fourth or so slide.
She was on the slide showing the stats, the data.
The stats slide. You can go back there.
I was just going through the stats. Let me see.
Yes,
you can go back from that.
You could go back from there.
So let me just go through the stats, and I'm in the best interest of time. I'm also going to expedite this presentation, if you don't mind, because I'm mindful that there are other speakers. 1 second. Just open this and get to Zoom and share screen. Right. Could you see this slide? Can everyone see and hear me?
Yes, please.
All right. So what I was saying is that globally, women are only taking up 17% of the global tech industry workforce. And as you may all be aware, the way that technology is very rapidly developing means that it is predicted that by 2050, 75% of jobs will be related to STEM areas. I would say to you that the time now is more important now than ever to get more women and girls involved within science and technology and ICT areas, because this is where the future is going. And if we don't take that on board, you will find that you run the risk, because with continuous automation and digitalization, you find that traditional jobs are going to be replaced. So a lot of our beliefs, like when I was small, many moons ago, there was this belief that if you really wanted to be successful, you needed to be a doctor or lawyer, an accountant or an engineer. And I'm sure that many of you, maybe your parents also told you this. But now you find that you have the unicorns, you have tech startups, you have careers in artificial intelligence. These are things that are not only the way of the future, but they're very novel and exciting areas to get into. You're able to be a real pioneer in creating that digital future that you want to see. So moving on, I would say to you, what therefore are some of the barriers that we face? It sounds easy and fair enough. One of the things we have noted, and it is not just for the Caribbean, is while new technologies and digitalization is great, it changes the way that we do business, the way that we study, even looking at the pandemic and the fact that now you had virtual classrooms, and some of that has stayed. Digitalization is not a cure-all, and ICT is actually not a cure. In fact, it can actually exacerbate and widen gender inequalities and vulnerabilities and create new gaps. And why is that? Because we take for granted that everyone has internet access and that everyone has the ability to access devices and have access to software programs and virtual platforms. But that is not always the case. And you find that within many countries, this may be impacted by persons from lower economic brackets or even persons who live in rural or underserved areas that do not have the luxury of having a high-speed internet connection. Poor internet connectivity at schools and low levels of qualified ICT trained teachers is something that also negatively impacts many Caribbean countries. We have the exclusion from STEM skill training in many schools because I do recall, as Davia would have mentioned in her presentation, when I would have started learning anything about computers in school, it was one big old Macintosh in an air-conditioned room, and you basically understood the fundamentals of RAM and ROM. But now, in order to really advance technology or real STEM-based career learning, it involves exposing young women and girls to technology from very early ages and make it into a continuous and lifelong journey. There's a traditional misconception, which I may have mentioned if you heard it, that technology, just like engineering, is something that is a man's domain. And I would have mentioned there's a self-selection bias where you find that women automatically gravitate towards areas that are not technology oriented because there is this stereotype or this understanding that this is hard. Mathematics, science, computing is hard. But I can tell you for a fact that I have seen and witnessed many persons, even persons who are much older, take up and learn the fundamentals of coding and programming. And it says to me that it is not hard, but it is how we perceive it and how we approach it. Going back to stereotypes, we find that if you were to look at a lot of textbooks and educational materials, they still perpetuate those traditional stereotypes of what fields are ordinarily relegated to men and what fields women excel at. And I would urge you all to think out of the box. Think of breaking your own barriers because you have the ability to create your own future. Women and girls, and I see this a lot, and I've seen a lot of cases within the Caribbean, face emerging issues and emerging areas that cause them a level of fear because there's a lot of online cybercrime, there's doxing, there's harassment online, there is gender-based violence, there are privacy intrusions online. And you find that a lot of this is actually geared towards women and girls. That is why some people take a very fearful approach to getting more into the field or area, but they take an apprehensive and cautious approach. So I think those are some of the mitigating factors that we would have seen that impact upon the ability of girls to get into ICT or even the inclination to move towards the sector. But I would tell you that technology and innovation really is a source of ultimate empowerment. And what do we need to do? I know Davia in her presentation would have referred to a lot of them, but more girls need to be exposed early and consistently to technology. And by anchoring this into your basic education, I know for the younger generation, they are digital natives. That Generation Z and beyond, they're born swiping. But you would find that the inculcation of technology and ICT needs to start from even beyond the primary school level. I have a 4-year-old that does coding, and I am very surprised, and it makes me feel particularly old. But it means to me that the dynamic is changing and our learning dynamic is changing, and we need to encourage that. Simple things like universal access that is affordable and digital literacy is something that every country should really strive towards because that really is the foundation for basic connectivity. It is the building block to getting everyone not just online but plugged in and starting your journey. We strongly advocate that if you're really going to create that conducive environment for encouraging girls and women to really be leaders and play an active space and role within the digital space, it is important to look at online safety and creating that reliable and safe environment. Do you know, and this is a fun fact, that even in algorithms that they use to design certain AI platforms, there is a gender bias. We need to not just in looking at how to create that safe space and encouraging women and girls to go into that space to remove these traditional biases, to really create that level playing field. I fully endorse what Divya and many of the other speakers who are going to follow is going to say about inspiration, mentorship, and support. I remember even when I entered the field that there were very few women who were involved in that digital space. And at the very top, it was all male dominated. And I would have loved for someone, if I knew now what I knew then, I would have loved for someone who is a powerful and, really passionate woman in ICT to be that mentor, to kind of tell me to be brave all the time, that nothing is beyond you, and that this is a great lifelong passion but challenge. And I think that just as we are shaped by our social environment, by seeing a lot of women in technology can be that inspiration that encourages girls to get into this field. It will become the new normal, as you would say. There needs to be supportive policy making, however, that is driven by governments. The tone must be set at the top that we really do want to have a dedicated program and platforms that encourage and empower girls to get into ICT. And this can also be done by online campaigns that show that these stereotypes, these traditional stereotypes, no longer prevail. And we would like to move past that within the Caribbean. Something that is very important and of equal importance to creating that safe space and providing that mentorship is creating the opportunities. And I know for a fact that if the opportunities were created through national scholarships and grant schemes to provide that professional and vocational training, you will have a greater take-up of women and girls involved in this area. It is part of linking what we offer to our human capital and developmental needs. And most importantly, we need to take a multi-sectoral and integrated approach because you find that, yes, there are tech jobs in the government, but a lot of technology driven innovation is led by the private sector, by entrepreneurs, by app developments, by startups and tech hubs. And it is important for the private sector to also take an active role in pursuing the involvement, greater involvement of women and girls. And this could be done through sponsorship and internships. I know of several international and multinational companies that also offer placements for summer and even like graduate positions. But these are the necessary avenues that we really need to look at if we want to meaningfully make that difference in getting women and girls involved in the ICT space. And on that note, I would like to say, let's move upwards and onwards. We're in this journey together. I've shared my details, and I'd like any of you who are interested in discussing this further, or even finding a little more about what we do, to please get in touch. And in closing, I'd like to share one story that I've thought about that I hope inspires you about women and girls in the field of ICT. I remember many moons ago, when I graduated, I was speaking to my mentor, my grandfather, and I said, there's so many people in this field. I mean, look at how many people graduate every year. How am I ever going to find my own space? How am I going to make my way? You know? And he looked at me and he smiled and he said, no matter how crowded your field is, there's always space for the best at the top. Believe in yourself and empower yourself to follow your dreams and get there. On that note, I thank you and apologize for my IT issues. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Resilience is what matters when you have to deal with technology and you are able to show your digital literacy skills, like being able to troubleshoot effectively and be able to come back and recover strong as you provided meaningful food for thought for us here today on this International Girls in ITC Day. Thank you. So we're now going to hand over to the main stage.
Thank Sorry, we can't take questions yet, but if the Vashti and Davia would stay in the room, we may get some in the chat. If we don't take this 15-minute slot, everybody else in the other rooms can see this presentation. So please forgive us. We'll go to the 15-minute presentation on the main stage with Mario Ramatar, and then we will see if there are other questions coming up. So over to Mario and Rashad, please.
A pleasant good morning. Thank you all for joining. So this year we are under the theme of leadership. The Caribbean Telecommunications Union has led this initiative to foster inclusivity and empower our youth, our girls and our boys in the field of STEM, cybersecurity, and AI. Myself, I am a 33 now, Barbadian born, multidisciplinary creative and tech consultant. My background is in cybersecurity, AI, and I have been developing some courses that allow for youth to start their pathway in artificial intelligence. So with a market size that is growing in generative AI, it is projected to reach up to US 52.62 million by the end of this year. We're having many pioneers and leaders who are coming forth in the field of STEM, providing software, providing tools, providing resources and processes in becoming more efficient in our day-to-day activities. So what I will then hand over to is Mr. Ramatar. Now, Mr. Ramatar, he has been attending Queen's College. He completed his bachelor's in computer science in the University of Guyana for 3 years. And he worked as a senior developer at Gaisuko for 3 years before he moved on to discover design thinking and innovation at the Warwick University. He would have also graduated at the top of his master's class and was awarded a PhD scholarship where his focus was on behavioral economics and innovation. Today, we're going to be exploring the field of generative AI led by Mr. Mario Ramatar. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Great. Thanks for the intro. Very good to be here. It's going to be very hard to follow Vashti's presentation, but I will try my best. Let me just share my screen.
Just a bit more on Mr. Ramatar. Okay, all right, he's good.
Great. Great. So thank you so much. Today I'm just going to give you a quick sort of overview of generative AI. I haven't done much of an intro section on myself, but I will sort of talk about it in general before I get into the topic at hand. But also like really, really happy to be here. I think this is the second time I'm doing one of these presentations, and it's always been like an amazing experience. So thanks for inviting me again. Cool. Some parts of this is not working. Try that again. Okay, I will skip that part. But I guess just for an intro, I tried to include some slides, just an intro. So, as mentioned in the earlier intro, I basically started my education in Ghana. I went to Queen's College and did computer science at the University of Ghana. And I wasn't always in tech. I think it was one of those things that I got into because I was interested in math, and then like programming was a way to was a kind of the programming that we learned at the time was basically another way to like do math easier. So that's how I got into programming. And then over time, I started to, as I was starting to develop things, I realized that just developing things without understanding how people actually use them, you end up developing products that aren't really going to be used. So that's when I sort of discovered design thinking and have been following that path since. And currently, I work at Meta, specifically in WhatsApp, and I work in a product, a UX product lead role, where basically my role is to make sure that we have like a really good experience on WhatsApp, and also to be responsible for like what are the future things we're going to build and how are we going to build those things. So one of the things that I work on specifically, if you know about it, is the WhatsApp business app, and anything about how like businesses speak to consumers on WhatsApp is sort of where I work. And these days, a lot of that is Gen AI. So really excited to like give you this brief talk on Gen AI. So just to get into it, I think like last year in March 2023, Goldman Sachs released this report saying that AI could replace 300 million jobs. And another part of this report said that two-thirds of the current jobs are going to be exposed to some degree of AI automation. I don't know exactly where they got these numbers. Like Goldman Sachs tends to just like pluck these numbers out of nowhere. Like another interesting stat that they said was 25% of all work, specifically knowledge work, could be done by Gen AI. And this was in March 2023, so last year. And like since that time, that really hasn't happened. So from March 2023, like all the Gen AI based initiatives or businesses have tried to like replace humans with Gen AI have been like not very successful. Lots of really spectacular failures specifically. I think one very recent example that happened in February with Air Canada, where a customer sort of interacted with their chatbot to buy a flight ticket, and basically asking the chatbot. So Air Canada has this policy where if you're traveling for bereavement, they will refund the cost of your travel. So the customer basically asked about this policy, and the chatbot confirmed that they will refund the cost of the travel. So the customer went ahead, bought the ticket, and after they traveled and came back and tried to get that refund, Air Canada actually confirmed that he actually needed to make the request before he traveled. and he basically took them to court. They said that they can't be held liable for ChatGPT and the recommendations that ChatGPT gives to customers, and they basically lost in court because the court basically said that it was still up to them to make sure that there's a duty of care. I think that's just one of the examples. I think like another really, and I think this Air Canada example was just like $600 maybe. But then this other example of a customer, of someone actually trying to game the system. This was a person with Chevrolet, and he was actually looking to buy a Chevy. That was about $81,000, and he actually convinced this chatbot to sell him it for $1. And what he did was to go in, speak to the chatbot, and basically train the chatbot. So basically, he told the chatbot that it should agree with everything he says, and it should also end the statement, every response to him, with a legally binding statement saying this is a legally binding offer, no takesies, backsies, like those exact words. It's very funny, but that could be equated to a verbal contract. So after he trained this chatbot, he basically said he wanted to buy the 2024 Chevy Tahoe, but his maximum budget was $1, and the chatbot, having been trained to agree to everything he said and ended with a legally binding contract, basically agreed to sell him this car for that amount. So I think the moral of this story is that like AI won't take any jobs anytime soon. Working at Meta specifically, like we are working a lot on AI and integrating into a lot of different products, and it's not something. And even if you look at like OpenAI and like Microsoft, it's not something that at the state that it is now, even though it's developing like really really quickly, it's not going to take anyone's jobs in the near future. But what will actually happen is someone who understands AI could take jobs. And I think this is the really important point here, and this is the big opportunity. If you, for example, have like very deep domain expertise, like say you're an accountant and you really understand like compensation analysis and the finances of the company, the person that will sort of rise to the top in the job market is the person who can figure out how to lean in on that domain expertise that they have, but also take allocate like 2/3 of their work to some sort of Gen AI. And that might be all the things that are more administrative overhead, and that will just make them a lot more productive. And in order to do that, you just need to understand more about it and how to use it and what are the kind of, basically how it works. So what I want to do today is to basically go into like what it is, a bit about how it works. I don't want to get too technical, and some sort of recommendations about how you can use it best. So what is it first? So it's a type of artificial intelligence. Basically, and there's a bunch of different definitions. If you look at definitions of Gen AI, they basically say it predicts what word comes next in a sequence of words. It creates new content based on what it's learned from existing content. And another definition says that it's an AI that has learned data patterns and can be used by people to create new patterns. Like all of these definitions are correct, and because this is basically what it does. It's basically a prediction model rather than an artificial intelligence. So at a very basic level, I would say the definition is it just creates new content based on what it's learned from existing data. And how it does this is by predicting what comes next in a sequence of words or data. That's at the very ground level what it is. So how does it actually work? How does it do this? So if you know what ChatGPT is, if you look at the very left-hand side here, ChatGPT is basically two files. It's a parameters file and a C file. No, it might be a Python file, it might be a C file, some sort of code. But this is an example of our model at Meta, which is a Llama 2 model. And but all generative AI is basically has the same architecture. And this is our model is what you call like a 70 billion parameter model. So it has 70 billion parameters in this parameters file. And each of those parameters is about 2 bytes. So then you end up with a file that's 140 gigabytes. And this is the existing data. If you go back to the definition, it uses existing data to create new data. And this is the existing data that all these Gen AI models use to create new data. It's 140 gigabytes. For ChatGPT, it might be 10 times that. And the next thing you need is like this C file. It might be a Python file, C file, any coding language. And you basically put this on your computer, a MacBook, and or Windows, and you don't need the internet other than to download this, but you download these two files. You don't need to, then you put it on your computer, you compile that C file, and it creates a binary that points to all these parameters. Takes like, yeah, maybe less than a minute. And you basically created a neural network. And you can do this today just going on GitHub and downloading like the latest Llama 2 files, just these two files. And you will have created your own neural network on your laptop. And from that, you can create whatever you want. And basically, once you have that binary file, you can send it text, and you basically have a Chat GPT on your computer. And I guess the interesting thing about being able to like have your own models that you can train it using your own data sets rather than just the data sets that ChatGPT has trained their model on. So this is basically what it is, and the most important part of this is this parameters file. And I'll just go through a quick definition of what this parameters file is. It's basically, if you think about it at a very basic level, it's basically compressing the internet. So what like a model like ChatGPT would have done is to download 10 terabytes of data from the internet. They process it with these 6,000 processors or graphic processing units. They would run it for like 12 days with these 6,000 processors. Cost about $2 million to do that. And that does the training, and then it generates this 140 gigabyte parameters file. And this file is basically like the heart of that neural network. And basically then how it works, like when you type something in ChatGPT, all it does is predict all the outputs that you see, and the reason that you see it coming out really slowly, it's just predicting what word comes next. That's all it's doing. So in order to predict the next word, the parameters file needs to know everything about the world. And once it predicts the next word, it feeds that whole sentence into the model to get the next word, and then it feeds the new sentence into the model again to get the next word, and it just keeps doing that over and over again to generate like a response to what you've asked it. And a very simple example of this is like this Wikipedia article. So a parameters file would not only know this Wikipedia article, it would not only be able to like read out this Wikipedia article to you, but if you look at all these underlined words, it would go into all these underlined words and understand deeply everything about those underlined words as well. So if you ask it anything about this person, Ruth Handler, it could generate a relatively accurate and new response every time because it has such a deep understanding of not just this article, but all the words within this article. It would know about what happened in 1975. It would know what the Barbie doll is. It would know what Mattel is. It would know everything about her husband. It would just be able to it would know pretty much everything about the world, not just this one Wikipedia article. And basically, because these models predict the next word in a sentence, it basically dreams up internet documents or different content. It's not actually, like we say, it's generating content, but if you think about it, it is basically dreaming these things up. So it has a bunch of knowledge. Every time you ask it a sentence, it predicts the response. And what it is doing is if you think about it at a very basic level, it's dreaming. So what usually happens is for things that have very strict rules, your answers tend to be more accurate. The dream tends to be more accurate. So for example, if you asked it about coding, because coding has very strict rules, you would get more accurate answers every time. But if you ask it about a different product, for example, in this middle, this is a product, an Amazon product, the product descriptions aren't going to have very strict rules. So this example here isn't an actual book that exists, but it knows how how to describe a book. So it just made up this book. It dreamed up this book. So this is where you need to be really careful with AI. Because a lot of these Gen AI models suffer from what we call hallucination. And what this means, it basically makes up patterns or objects that are sometimes non-existent, nonsensical, or they're inaccurate altogether. And this is basically what happened in those examples with Air Canada and Chevy. And Gen AI hallucinates a lot. And this is why it's not going to take your job anytime soon. I'm going to skip this one for the sake of time and just go into how you should use it and how you could use it. So as I mentioned, the stricter the rules around the specific topic, the more accurate Gen AI is going to be. So right now, where it really delivers value is the first thing is in coding. So it delivers very highly accurate responses for coding. So there's lots of tools out there which are called Turing bots, which are basically coding copilots that basically just help you to generate different code for different problems you're trying to solve. And it basically not only helps you to write code faster, but also helps you to learn coding. So a very good example is the GitHub Copilot. And a lot of people use that, and we use a similar one internally here as well. If you're doing more creative work, like you're in marketing or in design, you can use Gen AI to generate product descriptions, translate content. I work in Brazil a lot, so I translate lots of things to Portuguese. You can write ad copy. You can even use text to generate content, stock images. Those are the things that I think most people know about. You could use, I think the popular examples would be DALL-E, or what's the other one? But there's a bunch of text to image generators. But you also have what you call AI assistants. So there's this company called Artisan, and you basically have a Gen AI model that's been trained on how to be a marketing manager, or trained to how to be a sales representative, or trained on how to be a graphic designer. And you basically use that AI assistant like your assistant, like if you had an assistant that could help you in your job. And they basically, and you can use that to basically to give some of your work to. There's also knowledge work. So if you want to analyze lots of different documents, if you had 100 PDFs and you wanted to understand what's in those 100 PDFs, you could download those 2 files that I showed you, feed that model those PDFs, and basically ask the model questions about what's in that PDF. But you could also download this like Delve AI, which is there's a bunch of different programs like this that do exactly that, where you just upload your documents and you can like query your documents like you're talking to ChatGPT. And just to finish, because of hallucinations, like I have 3 tips on how to get the best from Gen AI. There's one, and I think I heard a few people mention prompt engineering before. And basically, what prompt engineering is, you just need to learn how to ask Gen AI questions, how to get the best out of it. And to get the best of it, you need to like be really accurate with your prompt. So, and in order to be really accurate to your prompt, you need to provide context. So you need to say, as who's the person, who are you, who is the person asking the question? So if you're a marketer, you'd say, as a marketing manager, you would start out your prompt as that. And then you would state a very clear objective. So as a marketing manager, draft a creative pitch for whatever you want to draft that creative pitch for. And then you specify a format. So it might be in a table, it might be bullet points, it might be 200 words. And that's basically the main elements of a good prompt. The second tip is to always cite sources. So because Gen AI hallucinates a lot, knowing where it's getting that information from is really important. So within this format part, you can always ask it to list, after you say, okay, present it in a table, and at the end of the table, list a full list of references with the links at the end. So ask it to cite sources. You can also validate the output. So whatever output it gives, you can copy and paste that output, and you can type a prompt that says, as a marketing manager, validate and correct the following paragraph to make it relevant for whichever audience you want it to be relevant. Feed that Gen AI the same output you get, and it would correct that, validate it for you, make it even better. And you can do that in the same model you did or in a different model. So I think these 3 things will help you to like really get the best out of Gen AI. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramatar. That was quite a deep dive into the field of generative AI. I'm sure our youth are very much inspired by the possibilities of their future. Just a quick question as it relates to the development of our education system. We now have tools that our girls and boys can utilize in completing their coursework. Can you give any advice in using generative AI in a responsible and ethical manner for completing their coursework?
Yeah, I would definitely say, like, don't take the responses that Gen AI gives and just paste that into like, and just submit that as your completed coursework. But use it to help you structure, so like do a lit review. If there's a specific topic you want to know more about, use those prompts, that prompt engineering, to summarize like what is all the to give you a summary of whatever topic your coursework is about. Have it cite these sources so you know where it's coming from, to make sure that it's not hallucinating, and validate it, or like run it through that again. And then whatever is the final output that you have, always never submit that wholesale, because there's lots of ways to like validate that this is Gen AI or not. So I would just use it as a guide to start off your sentences, or to give you ideas of like to learn more about this topic, and then use that as a start to then like complete the rest of your coursework. So I would never sort of wholesale take Gen AI for what it is. One, because you can check it, and two, because sometimes it hallucinates. So I would use it as a way to just like, if it's like an encyclopedia, use it as an encyclopedia where you sort of this is where all the knowledge about this topic is. And then after you've learned that, to put your own perspective on things. And I think that the students that kind of stand out in any class are the ones that always have a unique perspective on a topic. So when you take something from Gen AI, it's not a unique perspective because most people are going to get the same thing. But if you can then like read that, think about it, what it means and what are the implications from it, and then put it in your perspective, that's gonna make your work even better.
Understood. Thank you so much. I just have one final question. In terms of your career growth, do you have any advice to our youth in terms of using these tools to start their career and then eventually branching into college where they would get to take on more difficult tasks using the LLMs that are available? Any advice in?
Yeah, I would say it's so easy to learn about LLMs now, and it's so easy to experiment with it now. I think I just showed you it's literally just 2 files. And I think like when I was like learning programming, like nothing was that easy and like freely accessible. Like my final year project, I had to pay like $7 per week for an access to an API. That stopped working on the day I had to present it. So it was a bit tricky. But I think you have so much access to things, to free resources around LLMs. You can create your own LLM, and I would encourage you to like download it, play around with it, try to train it on your own data, try to use it just for like everyday things that is very unique to you. So ChatGPT is very broad and general, but use it on and train it on things that are unique to your context, and that will help you to learn more about how it works, and also help you to learn more about the applications of it. And I think like based on that, going into like college or going if you want to like study it more in more detail, you'll definitely be ahead because you've already experimented, you've played around with this. So yeah, that is my advice. There's lots of resources out there. You can get started really easily, so definitely go for it.
All right, thank you so much. This has been a very enjoyable, eye-opening session. I hope that many of the youth are inspired by the possibilities of technology and where they can apply themselves. I do believe we are going to conclude this session. Thank you again, Mr. Ramutar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid and Mary. You could hear everybody clapping in our room. They certainly enjoyed it and lots of food for thought. Thank you. Please note that we are going to go to the next session, which is digital well-being and safety. Just for everybody's information, some of the sessions are 15 minutes, which allows us to go to a main stage and be streamed to about 200 centers across Trinidad and across the region and with other viewership across the world. So when we're in a 15-minute session, we ask people to just stay as much as we can in that 15 minutes so that we're not using up a lot of the streaming time on the platform for everything else. But we will go into a session now, which is about 30 minutes on digital well-being and safety. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Vanita Prasad. And could I just ask and remind persons to turn on their cameras as much as possible so that we can see the moderators and the presenters, but some of you in the audience as well. It would certainly give the speakers some energy. Turn on your cameras as often as you can. Thank you. So over to you, Ms. Prasad.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Burton. Thank you so much, Mrs. Burton. My name is Vanita Prasad, and I will be moderating this session on digital well-being and safety. For our session this morning, we have two incredibly exceptional women who are here to share their knowledge about digital well-being and safety in the online environment. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first presenter for the session, Mrs. Roxanne Linton. Now, Mrs. Linton is Communications and Public Education Officer of the Broadcasting Commission in Jamaica, and she is a Platinum Get Safe Online Master. In those capacities, she executes the dynamic public education program with an emphasis on digital and online child safety. Now, she is also a member of the National Child Online Protection Committee. Now, Ms. Linton has conducted various presentations and workshops across a multitude of environments. Now, she informs her audience how to safely use online media and digital platforms and how we can navigate these spaces in a safe manner. She's worked on projects including AI for the Caribbean, AI for information accessibility, and global media information literacy. Now, she is the immediate past president of the Waterford Infant School Parents Teachers Association, so she's very involved in early education, and she's a member of the institution's board. Now, she's a graduate of the Merle High School, and she holds a Bachelor of Business Administration in General and Human Resources Management, an associate's degree in hospitality management, and professional certificates in procurement, public relations, social media management, and digital marketing. So she is a well-rounded individual with a lot of expertise that she is happily going to share with us today. So I am so happy to introduce our first speaker for this session, Mrs. Roxanne Linton. Mrs. Linton, I will now hand over to you. Welcome.
Are you hearing me? Are you seeing me? Great. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate that. Let me try and share my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, I'm seeing your presentation.
Great, thank you. Okay, so good morning all protocols observed. Thank you all for inviting me to this year's International Girls in ICT Day. Let me just take this aside so I can see better. So I was introduced earlier, so I will just jump right into my charge. If I am having any bandwidth issues, which I'm seeing coming up at the side here, please allow me to turn my camera off at that point. So first, allow me to introduce the Broadcasting Commission and the Get Safe Online. The Broadcasting Commission is an independent statutory agency that was established in 1986. It is a Jamaican government agency that is mandated by the Broadcasting and Rediffusion Act to monitor and regulate free-to-air television, broadcast radio, and subscriber television services, which we call cable, to ensure that they are operating at appropriate levels to technical, programming, and service standard. Additionally, a part of our mandate is also to protect the vulnerable. Get Safe Online is a public-private partnership supported by leading organizations in banking, retailing, and security. It is the UK's leading source of factual, unbiased information on online safety. The Get Safe Online portal is a unique resource-providing platform that offers practical advice on how to protect yourself, your devices, your business against fraud and theft, and against other forms of cyber attacks. In 2019, Get Safe Online partnered with the Broadcasting Commission to provide online safety training to Jamaicans across the island. Now, following that, it was a success, and the Get Safe Online Ambassador Scheme was developed in 2020. This scheme provided a way to upskill many Jamaicans and other Caribbean citizens, empowering them with the tools needed to navigate their online spaces safely. To date, over 6,000 persons have been impacted by the partnership, and today is no different, as my colleagues and I will be speaking to you on digital well-being and safety. Now, before I get into my presentations, please allow me to show you this video, as it stoutly highlights some of the challenges that are being faced by many young people today.
We live in a digital environment where information is easily accessed and opportunities are limitless. An age to think big, to innovate and lead. But beware, The digital space has its challenges. Manage your digital self carefully because the consequences are real.
At least 10 incoming freshmen had their recent acceptance withdrawn after posting extremely offensive images and statements on a private Facebook group.
Stop and think before you broadcast and post messages. Before downloading third-party apps. Because your digital footprint follows you wherever you go.
Thank you. So currently we're all living in the fourth industrial revolution, or what others may call the digital age. Now, this revolution is driven by the technological advancements that have the potential to drive innovative growth and development at an unprecedented rate. Now, in December of 2020, the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean and the Broadcasting Commission hosted the first AI for the Caribbean forum under the framework of the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative. The program highlighted the UNESCO's AI recommendations, which were customized for the Caribbean, the CARICOM ICT policy and AI infusion, among other matters. The AI initiative raised awareness and promoted reflections on the opportunities and challenges that artificial intelligence and its correlated technologies pose for Caribbean's small island developing states. So what is AI? Now, the presenter before me had, made quite a bit of definition for that, and so I won't belabor the point much. But what is AI and how does that affect girls, especially those who are going to join or those who are already in ICT? AI is a theory and development of computer systems that can perform the tasks that we human beings usually do. So things like visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, those are the things that AI are doing for us now. Algorithms are the basis of AI and are used to discover patterns and make predictions. So you may notice that you put in a search, for example, a birthday search. So you may have had someone's birthday in your calendar. You put in a search for birthday ideas, and you may notice that the days or the weeks leading up to that, you may be getting a lot of ads or pop-ups, or in your search, you may see a lot of birthday type ideas. That is actually AI in one of the simplest form. Then there is generative AI, which again was discussed earlier, but this refers to the deep learning modules that can generate high quality text, images, and content based on the data that they were trained on. So who trained these data? Who give these models information? Us. The persons in ICT, human beings like you and I. So there is an intrinsic link between AI, digital literacy, and the future. Therefore, what you do with technology matters because it is forming content and context, and those things comes with responsibility. Your online actions have offline consequences and can affect not just your future, but the lives of others. This therefore means that you control the narratives. You are the author of your own stories and the director for so many others. AI is like your digital footprint and follows you wherever you go. Understanding this is the key for girls to survive the digital age. And this is why being digitally literate is so very important, because it could be the difference between you going forward or staying at the same place in your lives. Jamaica, through the work of the Broadcasting Commission, has developed a digital media and information literacy framework. Now, research has shown that entrants to the workforce do not have the requisite skills to become citizens who are highly internet literate, are confident creators and consumers of content. Further, it revealed that they lack the technical and social skills needed to fully participate in the fourth industrial revolution. Sure, all of us have a device, all of us know how to use them. We know how to send a text, we know how to take a picture, maybe shoot an entire movie. But is that enough to claim digital literacy? The digital media and information literacy framework will aid in the development of digital literacy in this new era as a regulatory tool for the protection of the vulnerable, as well as to generate data to support digital literacy benchmarking across countries and with similar goals. So what is digital media and information literacy, or DMIL for short? DMIL is the ability to understand, select, evaluate, and use media as a leading purveyor, processor, and producer of information to effectively and critically evaluate information in multiple formats, to create and share knowledge using a range of tools and resources, especially digital technologies. From the same research mentioned earlier, the DMIL competency module was developed. This module will serve multiple constituencies, including education and training, industry, science, and technology. It will be even more relevant to the business community as a component of occupational competencies. The model takes into account 7 competencies, which are highlighted in the slide you're seeing just now. I'll give you 2 seconds to just scan through that. Okay, so as it is relevant to you, and so, how is it relevant to you and the forum, you may ask? Well, DMAIL is an assessment tool that is used to determine not just your competency, but also the digital literacy competency of a country and how well is its citizens prepared for the digital age, including its attitude towards female in ICT. So it does matter. Being digitally literate or competent allows for you to use technology with confidence. It enables you to find and assess content that is fit for purpose. It allows you to be digitally literate and help you to make better online decisions with happier results. Take a look at this next video and see how one action can actually change the trajectory of your life. Sorry. What happened?
Mrs. Anderson Linton, sorry, we can't hear the video. I'm not sure. Does it have audio?
Yes, it does,
We're not
actually.
hearing. We're seeing, but
Right.
we're not hearing anything.
Okay. It does have audio. I'm not sure what's happening, but if you let me just skip to the end, because what I really want is for persons to understand that, well, young girls especially, to understand that their online behavior actually can cause a change in the way their lives go further. So as the video says, sexting is rarely anything that is private. This type of information can be used against you. Many times when you share information, it doesn't only stay with you. You are now giving someone the opportunity to use something against you. This can be used to harass you, to bully you, or to ridicule you. And in some instances, it could cause you to lose out on opportunities such as jobs, scholarships, grants, and endorsements. And in some cases, persons may use that information to ask you for favors or to extort you. So in short, think before you act. Any sensitive information or material that you may have, you need to keep that, as it could come back in the future to haunt you. All right? So there's another important tool that we use here in Jamaica to protect our vulnerable citizens, and that is a Children's Code for Programming, which has now been revised to be called the Content Code. The Children's Code for Programming was aimed at limiting the exposure of children to potentially harmful media. However, given the rapid changes that are taking place in the digital age and in technology and other related fields, it is evident that the Children's Code needed to be updated Hence, the content code, which is a platform agnostic tool for providers of content and content services, not limited to or restricted to free-to-air and subscription programming. Although it is becoming increasingly difficult to shield children from digital media risk and other harms, the revised code addresses their unique needs creatively and widens the remit of care for persons including their parents and caregivers, as well as the general public. So what is the new code and how is it relevant to you? The content code is to be used as a guide for all on how to operate in the digital society. So though it is created in Jamaica, if you have access to it, you can use it to help you to determine how should I carry myself digitally? What do I need to do? How do I create this content to not come back to me or to others and create harm? Ensuring protection from discrimination and freedom of expression from among other factors. So after an extensive consultation with stakeholders, the code was apportioned into 15 components that, when actioned, will guide users on their duty of care and how their creation can impact the lives of others. So if these tools and the others that are available out there, which we had used as part of our research, if these are used appropriately, whether here in Jamaica or adopted in other countries in the regions, females, like their male counterparts, will be able to break barriers and make meaningful contributions to ICT, becoming confident digital users, and the images you're now seeing on your screen will become commonplace in society. So learning and accessing all that type of information, if we use them and put them to good use, we could be creating and lowering, the years it will take. I heard earlier, almost 100 years. Hopefully, if we apply ourselves correctly, we will lower that time frame that is needed to make ourselves, popular. Thank you for having me here today. It was my pleasure. I don't believe I may have time for questions. I'm not sure, but if not, here's my information. You can drop me a message and I'll respond, but I'll also stick around if you do have questions for me.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Linton. That was an incredibly informative presentation. It was...
Try to stay in time. Hope I did.
Yes, you did. And it was still very well delivered. Thank you so much. The information that you provided on the code for conduct, the digital media and information literacy model are excellent for us to understand that information in a bit of a more structured way, rather than just thinking about safety, well-being. What does that really encompass? So we have something that we can actually follow to gain a better understanding. So that is so helpful for our young women and our young men as well to understand process going forward. Once again, excellent presentation, Mrs. Linton. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, moving on, we're going to introduce our second and final presenter for the session, Ms. Dion Walker. Now, Ms. Walker is a Caribbean ambassador for the Get Safe Online organization, and she delivers cyber awareness and training to organizations to empower them with the knowledge and skills that they need to stay safe online. Now, she is also an educator with over 15 years of teaching experience in the field of information technology. She is highly experienced in this area. She holds a Bachelor of Education in Computer Science and a Master of Science in Information Technology, specializing in data security. Now, part of her advocacy for girls in ICT has allowed her to mentor and work with young women in the ICT hackathon held in Grenada. So she contributes a lot to her society. She serves as a consultant, working closely with various individuals and entities advising on information security, governance, and risk management. Now, in addition to that, she collaborates with Grenada's National Cybersecurity Incident Response Team. So she's very involved in cybersecurity in Grenada. So she learns about cybersecurity awareness through her role in this capacity. So at this point in time, I am now delighted to welcome to the floor Miss Dion Walker. Miss Walker, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Walker.
All right. Good morning. Happy Girls in ICT Day. It's a pleasure to be here today. Permit me to share my screen with you. Second. One second here. I think I closed my presentation. 1 minute.
Sure.
I close out my presentation. Okay. Here we are. Awesome. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Are you able to see my
I can
screen?
see your
Awesome.
presentation.
Thank you
Perfect.
so much. Thank you. My name is Dion Walker, and I am from Grenada. I am a Caribbean ambassador for GetSafeOnline.org. And GetSafeOnline.org is an organization that is based in the United Kingdom. We provide information, resources, and teach skills to help individuals stay safe online. For today's session, I would like to share some tips on how to help you engage in best practices online. And for my second part of the session, I would like to share some information on being a cybersecurity professional. So data security, why is that important? Why are we talking about it? So more and more in the Caribbean, we are having persons reporting cases where they have been a victim or almost became a victim of a cybercrime. Cybercrimes do not discriminate against age, against gender, against race. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are. Victims can include persons like myself, my family members, friends, business places, large organizations. If you use the resources on the internet, it is important to be knowledgeable and engage in best practices. Are you staying safe online? Are your devices secured? Do you have a strong password to protect your laptop, your tablets, your cell phones? So remember, a strong password should have at least 8 characters, uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and symbols. Now, I have some examples of commonly used passwords on the screen here. So we have 123456, password, and QWERTY. We want to stay away from these passwords. They do not meet the criteria for a strong password. And of course, they are on the commonly used list. So many persons would use or default to these passwords because they are easy to remember. How can we overcome a challenge like this? Something I came across, it was very brilliant. I decided to share it with you guys today. Is to find a phrase, something that is personal to you, and then turn it into an acronym. So we have a phrase here. My 3-year-old brother likes to play catch! Exclamation mark. We play every afternoon at around 4. When you turn it into an acronym, and that's using the first letter of each word, we get capital M, 3 dash, YOB, exclamation mark, capital P, capital W, PEAA, full stop. This should be easier to remember because we are using a phrase that is personal to us and it meets the criteria for a strong password. So now that we have our devices protected with a strong password, let's look at the permission that we grant to our apps. When we download an app, we may be prompted to enable permission to several features on our phones. For instance, location, microphone, contact list, camera. Why is this a concern? Simply because our devices may contain private, sensitive data that we have a responsibility, to decide which apps can access, which apps are able to see, and in some cases, which apps can copy the sensitive data. Before you enable permission, determine whether the app can function without that feature. For instance, if an app assists if your phone is missing or helps with navigation, you may choose to enable the location feature for that app. On the other hand, a game that you are playing may not necessarily need access to your location for it to function properly. Similarly, when you share your contact list, you are sharing your friend's contact number, email, home address, and you are doing so without their consent. So the main takeaway here is to assess the app before you enable permission for that particular feature. How can we do this? Navigate over to our settings, our app settings, your app notification center. You select the app, you click on permission, and then you use the slider to remove or grant permission. My third tip applies to when using social media. Now, because of how social media is designed, you have to be very cautious and mindful of the information that you are sharing. My first tip, set your account to private. This will allow only certain individuals to have access to the information that you are posting, as opposed to anyone who has an account. Secondly, avoid posting and sharing photos of where you are in real time. It is not necessary and is actually quite dangerous to share your location. Imagine you're on the beach or you're out for pizza and you are posting pictures and in real time and you're showing where you are and who's with you. Someone who has bad intentions can follow you home or simply wait for you because they know if you're alone, they know where you are, they know where you are going. So the whole idea is to avoid becoming a target. Now, just like your devices, your online accounts also require strong passwords. However, what happens if your password becomes compromised, meaning someone has access to it? Can you still be protected? And the answer is yes. There is a feature called two-factor authentication. It requires two distinct forms of identification. So apart from your username and your password, you may be required also to enter a code that may be sent to your phone or to your email. This means that if your password was stolen by an individual, they would now also need access to your phone or your email account to complete accessing your account. In Grenada, very recently, we had several reported cases where individuals gave up their WhatsApp codes to other individuals. And as a result, they lost control and access to their WhatsApp account. If they had two-factor authentication enabled, it would have required additional information from the individual attempting to steal their account. So I want to strongly advise that you enable two-factor authentication on any platform that has the capability. So I know WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, most of our mobile banking apps. Just remember, if you supply a code for in the instance of WhatsApp, I know you have to supply a 6-pin code. If you do that, you need to remember the code so that you yourself will not get locked out of your WhatsApp account. More information on what I just shared, you can visit www.getsafeonline.org. You will find a wealth of information on best practices relating to computers and tablets, protecting yourself, social networking, banking and shopping online, safeguarding children, different age categories. Again, it's www.getsafeonline.org. Moving on to the second part of my presentation. Now, being a cybersecurity professional, and for you, apart from being a Caribbean ambassador for Get Safe Online, my dream job in the field of cybersecurity is to become a pen tester, which is what we term as a good hacker. So in this field, we attempt to find and exploit vulnerabilities in the computer system. I love to solve problems. If you give me a problem to solve, I will not stop until I've solved it. That may not necessarily be a good thing. So let's venture into the field of cybersecurity and see what features are there, what features might call out to you. Now, cybersecurity, that field is very exciting and very challenging. Why? It's an ever-evolving field with new threats emerging regularly. So you'll constantly face new challenges that require innovative solutions. If you enjoy problem solving, staying on your toes, then cybersecurity is going to provide a very engaging environment for you. And there are a variety of roles in cybersecurity. Whether you're interested in penetration testing, incident response, security analysis, cryptography, or policy development, there is a niche for you. The diversity means you can find a role that aligns perfectly with your skills and interests. And there is a global impact attached to cybersecurity. It transcends the single organization that you may be working for. By protecting systems and data from cyber threats, you are contributing to national security, safeguarding critical infrastructure, and preserving individuals' privacy. Knowing that your efforts have a significant impact on society can be highly rewarding. And point number 4, continuous learning. Technology is evolving rapidly, and so are the threats that come with it. So to stay ahead, you have to be someone who constantly likes to learn and adapt. You have to be a lifelong learner, whether it's staying updated on the latest attack techniques, mastering new tools or technologies, obtaining new certifications. If you enjoy learning and intellectual growth, then cybersecurity provides ample opportunities for both. Now, in 2023, 4 million cybersecurity professionals were needed worldwide. So I'm speaking now to the young ladies who may want to get into the field of IT, the field of cybersecurity. 2023, I'm going to repeat it, 4 million cybersecurity professionals were needed worldwide. And why? Because we have an increase in the frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks. Therefore, the demand for cybersecurity professionals continued to soar. The demand became so high that what eventually happened? Well, you guessed correctly. If you guessed this, competitive salaries. So high demand, it means that you're going to be working for a lot of money. So the entry level, I'm just going to quote some figures. I'm just going to give you a range, right? Entry level per year, we'll be looking at 50,000 US dollars. And if we go higher and higher up the chain to management and leadership, you can earn up to 250,000 US dollars per year. Again, this is a range. So organizations, they value protecting their assets, and so they're willing to pay for top talent. So if you get into the field and you study really hard and you give it your best and your talent is way up there, then you can earn a lot of money. Now, if you're like me and you have a penchant for hacking, but you want to use your skills for good, also known as ethical hacking or penetration testing, then this field might be right up your alley. Ethical hackers are hired to identify vulnerabilities in systems and networks before malicious hackers exploit them. It is very challenging, but it is very exciting. You get to think like a hacker, but you're working on the defense side. So these are just some of the features that makes the field of cybersecurity stimulating, impactful, and rewarding. It is a career path filled with opportunities for growth, for challenge, and for innovation. I do want to share some resources with you. If you would like to get some free study material, you can check out Cybrary, Coursera, edX, OpenSecurityTraining.info. If you are interested in the field of cybersecurity, some top certifications that you can look into, that's CompTIA Security Plus, Certified Ethical Hacker, Certified Information System Security Professional, or the Offensive Security Certified Professional. If you like the hacking side of things, the ethical hacking side of things, you can try these platforms. We call them the CTF platforms or Capture the Flag platforms. You can look at Hackbox or Try Hack Me. And these are platforms that give you labs where you can learn practical skills in the field of cybersecurity. If you would like more information on the tips that I shared or on the path to becoming a cybersecurity professional, you can reach out to me at dwalker@bss.edu.gd. That's dwalker@bss.edu.gd. So I've come to the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you, and I will now turn it over to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walker, for that incredibly informative and practically useful presentation on cybersecurity and the steps that people can take to stay safe when they interact in the online environment. It was highly enlightening, so I commend you for that presentation. I'm sorry that it was a bit rushed because we're a bit short on time, but it was excellent. I would like to direct a question to both of our esteemed presenters for the session this morning. Is there anything that you can offer as advice to persons about what steps they can take in order to stay informed about the things they can do to enable a positive well-being in their online interactions? So things that they can do to ensure that their mental health is protected, to ensure that their safety is protected. What are some things that perhaps we can encourage persons to think about and put into practice?
Is that for Dion or myself? Both of us?
It could be either of you. If you
I'll
want
take
to,
one. I'll take
Yes,
one and I'll have
do.
Dion respond to the other. Okay, so as I'd mentioned earlier, especially for young persons, they need to be mindful of the things that they share. Now, I know we're in the era of getting the camera quickly, taking this video, taking this shot, but we have to be mindful that anything you share online can never go away. It's never deleted. You may delete your account, but it only goes dormant. And so it has the potential to resurface. And let's say later on in life, you decide that you want to be a public figure, or you want to maybe become an ethical hacker. With this type of reputation, it could cause a problem for you. Persons who are going to seek scholarship, if you're going to be seeking a scholarship, they're going to look into your background. They're going to search who you are. Why do I need to give this person my money? How would giving this person my money affect my image? So you have to be mindful about the things you share, not only because of what you may want to gain, but because of your mental state. Imagine sharing something with someone and it becomes a viral. What does that do for your mental state? Because you are always with your device. How do you hide from that? So before you do anything online or say anything online, think before you act, because your online actions really and truly does have offline consequences. So making best decisions can have, enjoyable and favorable offline results for you if you think before you act.
Wonderful summary and answer for that question, Mrs. Linton. I enjoyed your expertise that you contributed throughout the session and your advice as well. Ms. Walker, if you'd like to also share your thoughts about what our younger generation can do online, because these are persons who have grown up with the digital media and online environment, the Generation Z, Generation Alpha. It's all that they've known. And I think that trying to catch up with the education that's needed to encourage safety is something that we are probably still lagging a bit behind on. So what else can our young people do, and how can perhaps the educators and the adults help them understand?
Thank you very much. So so for young people, I would say stay informed, stay in the know. It's important because technology is rapidly evolving. So you may find today what you engage in as a best practice doesn't apply for tomorrow. So you're using the technology, stay in the know, read as much as you can, use your common sense. It doesn't feel right, it doesn't sound right, don't venture. For parents, you also have to stay in the know. Some parents say, I'm too old. I passed that stage and I don't really want to know much about it. But your kids are using it, right? Your kids are looking at stuff online. And if you're not informed about using the technology or what's out there, you are going to get left behind. You may walk into your son or your daughter's bedroom and, you come over to look at the monitor. And when you look, you see they're playing a game. But little do you know, they already closed that screen. They minimized that screen, and you had no idea that they did that. So you also have to stay in the know, be knowledgeable, read, look at the resources available online, and use it to your benefit.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Walker. Yes, it is so important for the adults, the parents, the teachers, persons who have the influence to share that knowledge with the younger generation. It's important that this is an overarching endeavor to help our younger people stay safe online in an environment that can be very harsh, very unforgiving, but if used wisely, can be so powerful and so important to the development of themselves, their country, and the world. Thank you so much for staying with us during this session this morning. It was incredibly informative. I'm hoping that you can use this knowledge to further read up and investigate different strategies and tips that you can use to stay safe online. It's an incredibly important area, and it's something that we are facing in our everyday life, day to day, because we are living in an interconnected digital world for who knows how long. Thank you once again. I will now hand you back to Miss Britton. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prasad and Mrs. Anderson Linton and Ms. Walker. Very interesting and informative presentations. I'm very sorry that today we're running out of time a bit. The schools are online, but they're not asking questions. They're just giving good feedback in the chat that they're enjoying the presentation. So if persons still have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat, and some of our presenters will stay with us. We're going to have will stay with us and can try to answer it in the chat as well. We're going to change from our program of work as shared and go to another generative AI session, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Phaedra Mohammed of UE. And then we will have the STEM learning session, and then I think we'll have the career dialogue change agent at 1 o'clock on our main stage, and then have the STEM learning session, if that's okay with everybody. So please, let's move to the next session, generative AI. And we have been posting the bios online, and we will certainly share them in the chat as we can, so that you don't need to read out the whole bio, moderators, and persons can get a quick glimpse of who is about to speak. So thank you so much, and over to Dr. Phaedra Mohammed. We just have to push down a little bit, Precious. We just have to push down a little bit. Apologies.
Apologies, my mic was muted.
All right, so welcome to the generative AI session. We will have several speakers with expertise in different areas of artificial intelligence, sharing their knowledge as it relates to this fast-moving area. So I believe the bios will be loaded up in a bit, but we have with us Dr. Morris Martin, a lecturer in computer science and head of department at the University of Guyana. And we will have, that's one of our speakers. The second speaker just checking in with Utica and Jennifer, whether the screen sharing, thank you. Right, so our second speaker is Mr. Keegan Patrick, a national of St. Lucia and graduate of the University of the West Indies. And then our third speaker will be Dr. Andre Coy, a senior lecturer out of the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. So our first presenter is Mr. Keegan Patrick, and I would pass on to him.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is having a good day. Can I share my screen?
Just confirming that we're hearing you well and we're seeing you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you fine.
Okay.
And I'm seeing your screen.
Okay. Okay, so I've been tasked today with sharing with everybody about generative AI, which has been a very well talked about subject over the last couple years. And I want to talk about how can we use generative AI to unleash creativity within our Caribbean region. So firstly, before I go into that, I want to talk a little bit about who I am. Born from the beautiful island of St. Lucia. At 20 years old, I would have decided to start my company, Optronics, which we started with the mission to help accelerate technology in the Caribbean. And then we hosted many STEM education programs with that ethos in mind, upskilling over 500 students over the next 3 or 4 years. At 23, I would have gone to MIT to pursue my master's degree. And at 24, we started building a new product called RiffBid, an AI-powered tool to help governments around the world find suppliers to buy goods and services faster, more or less. And then somewhere along that timeline, I would have been selected as one of the Caribbean 35 under 35 change makers by the Caribbean Youth Council, which I'm immensely grateful for. So, but now let's take some time to delve into what is AI. AI, or artificial intelligence, is a field of computer science that focuses on creating smart machines that can perform tasks typically that require human intelligence or human input. So examples include human speech, competing in games like chess, doing in driving, or recognizing patterns or images. And how does AI affect us today? We see a lot of uses of AI in our day-to-day lives, whether we're watching a movie on Netflix because it recommended it to us, or we're seeing a specialized ad that we just mentioned. We wanted to buy some new Nike shoes, and we're seeing ads about Nike on our websites. So all of that has some sorts of AI at work in the background. And why does it matter to us? AI makes it possible to automate many routine tasks, analyze huge amounts of data quickly, and solve very complex problems that affect us in our day-to-day lives. It's helping doctors diagnose diseases, making roads safer with autonomous cars over in the US right now, and even helping scientists in researching cures for new illnesses. Before we delve much further into AI, I think we need to go a little bit back into the history, because I believe knowing the past gives us a good trajectory to know what we can expect for the future. So AI started the notions of AI started back in the 1950s with something called the Alan Turing test, where he developed a test that proposes to determine if a machine can exhibit intelligent behavior that's indistinguishable from a human. And in those 1950s, we saw the first AI programs, early programs that could play checkers and solve algebra problems similar to a human. Then moving on into the 60s and 70s, we come into the foundations of our modern day AI technologies, where we started learning about creating concepts of machine learning, and we started developing more expert AI programs with the ability to make decisions similar to a human. And then we move on into the 1990s, where things start to pick up a little bit more when IBM releases their program called Deep Blue. And in the 1990s, that's when that first program was able to beat the world chess champion Garry Kasparov at that point in time. So then quickly moving on into the 2000s, that's when we start hearing a little bit about big data and personal assistants like our Siris and our Alexas in the late 2000s start coming to fruition. And we see AI almost being a household product with our Siri and Alexa. In 2010, then moving on to 2020s, we now hear this new boom of AI. Everybody's talking about generative AI. AI can create new things and help us with everything in our life today. And I think just giving some perspective on the past of AI helps us in envisioning what the future could be for AI within our daily lives. So what is generative AI? It's a type of artificial intelligence that specializes in creating new content, whether it's text, images, music, or even videos. It's these AI systems learn from a vast amount of data, and they use this vast amount of data to create new original content. Some of the products I like to use today include ChatGPT, Perplexity if I'm working on research projects because it gives me sources of information, Meta AI if I'm working on a software development project, and there's a number of AI tools which I do encourage everybody to check out, or maybe just Google search best free AI tools and you might find a few that apply to your day-to-day life. So how does generative AI work? So generative AI works from learning from lots and lots of data. It's just like you learning from reading books or listening to teachers. Generative AI learns from lots of examples. It analyzes thousands or even millions of pieces of content. It looks for patterns in this data. And for instance, after seeing many pictures of cats, it might learn to tell you, I think this picture is a cat with some degree of probability. And how it works in the background is it uses a set of algorithms or instructions that are almost similar like the human brain, and these algorithms help the AI decide on what patterns it has created and what is the input that I'm analyzing and what it is, whether it's a cat, a dog, a video about somebody speaking on a certain topic. And it utilizes an underlying framework called a neural network, which is something humans have developed that mimics how the brain works, how electrons and synapses happen within our brain. We've created some sort of mathematical way to model that to create our generative AI functions. And then the last piece of it is generative AI really works by practicing. It keeps trying and adjusting based on the feedback that is gotten from actual humans. So at some point in time, there would have been an AI would have been asked to look at many pictures of cats, and then it would have said, okay, I think this is a cat or this is a dog. And some human would have told it, yes, I think you are correct, this is a cat, or no, you're wrong, this is a dog. And it would have learned from those mistakes and trials and errors, and we would have iteratively gotten a better AI system that now everybody's talking about. And what do the applications of generative AI look for us today? I think with our current advancements in AI, we could see it being used in visual arts to create original pieces of artwork, or music to compose new sorts of sounds or musical pieces. I think even today I've heard a few AI generated music over on Instagram, as well as there's a lot of copywriting going on with AI, designs of games. In the healthcare industry, we can see possibly accelerate drug discovery or personalized medicine. In technology development, we're seeing it being used a lot with our coders in helping them generate snippets of code quicker. In product design for new product ideas, advertising, marketing. And I think the applications of Gen AI really stretch across a very broad spectrum of our day-to-day lives. And it's only getting better. So at this point in time, let's try to do a quick demo of generative AI and see how it goes. So I hope everybody could still see my screen. But what we're going to use is one of my, I call it favorite AI tools, where I use ChatGPT a lot. I'm going to ask it, can you help me create a PowerPoint presentation
Respectfully, Keegan, we cannot see your prompts. We are still seeing your
Okay, okay.
If
Thank
you
you,
wish to
thank you.
share that screen, please do so.
Yes.
Just keeping for time while you set up.
Mhm.
In 1 or 2 minutes, we will move on to Dr. Morris Martin, who can prep in the meantime. So back to you,
No
Keegan.
problem. Okay. So I'm asking ChatGPT, can you help me with creating a PowerPoint presentation for girls in ICT on generative AI? And let's see what it gives me. Okay, so now we could see the AI starting to generate some content based on the prompt that I'll give it. So in the first slide, it says I should try my introduction with starting off with the importance of ICT, overview of generative AI, give some statistics on gender diversity in ICT, then go on into explaining generative AI, the opportunities for girls, and case studies. So right here, ChatGPT would have given me a really good framework to start off for writing my presentation. And I would have also gone into showing you how I could create images with AI technology, but we're a bit short on time. But I would like to share that if you did not know, all the images I used within my presentation were actually generated by AI, which I think saved me a lot of time in creating this presentation.
Thank you so much, Keegan. Perhaps you can load up your prompt in the meantime in the background. So if we have extra time, we can swing back and you can show some of those prompts for generating images.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you very much. All right, moving swiftly on to Dr. Morris Martin, who will take over from here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'll just head straight in, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Go right ahead. If you're sharing your screen, we have not seen it as yet.
I think I need to.
There we go. I see you.
I'm guessing you're not seeing my screen as yet, though, so I'll share.
Okay. So there we go. We see your screen now.
Do you see the presentation?
Perfectly fine. Well, we're seeing your speaker notes.
Oh, so the wrong side.
So while Dr. Morris gets set up, her research focuses on the area of autonomous agents and multi-agent systems. So this is very, very important within the generative AI space nowadays because of just the nature of the types of tasks that we're doing. So I'm passing on to Dr. Morris Martin, who is ready to go.
Can you just confirm you're seeing my slide, the first slide? Great, thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. So I know that you've heard at least twice about generative AI. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about generative AI and its impact on education recently. I'm actually going to skip my first slide, which was going to tell you a little bit about generative AI and give you some examples, but I believe the first speaker kind of did that for me. So I'll head straight into talking about generative AI in education by starting to talk about some of its benefits. So one of the main benefits of using generative AI in education is that you have the potential for personalized learning. Because one of the things with an educator in front of a classroom, they can try as much as they can to present the content in different ways, considering different learning styles, considering meeting different students' needs. But of course, as you can imagine, as the class grows, that becomes more and more difficult. But with generative AI, of course, as you know, you have the opportunity to potentially chat with a tool such as ChatGPT or any of those text generation tools and have the answers back at you in a format that you might be able to understand and potentially learn from. In addition to that, teachers can actually use such tools to be able to come up with lessons plans to meet the needs of different types of students. So that's one of the benefits you get from using generative AI in education. Quickly producing content from simple prompts, as you can imagine, we weren't able to see just now, but if you can use some words and then you can generate an image rather than needing to go to somebody to draw it for you, it means you can get some tasks done much quicker, being able to quickly generate, as you just observed, an outline for your presentation, things like that can be beneficial. It can reduce the workload across the sector. So for students, teachers, and researchers, for students, as you can imagine, in that case, you can come up with an outline for a presentation that you need to make very quickly. For teachers, teachers can do things like being able to quickly come up with a lesson plan, being able to define a particular area and then come up with some questions for that. Researchers, of course, can begin to examine what is happening in particular areas by just asking. I mean, previously we used Google, we'd look through all the different outputs that it sent us back, and then of course we would pull from where we want, but now we can ask the questions and then have the content collated right there to get it for us. One of the major benefits, which we don't talk about enough, because of course there's a lot of drawbacks, but is that it enables us to not do the mundane things, because for a teacher, if the student has access to the content already, there's no need to go in front there and talk about the content, right? Because you know the student already has access to the content. So it means you have an opportunity within the classroom to ask those deep questions, to have them apply some of the stuff they have found, the information they have found in ChatGPT, and really be able to engage in those higher order skills, the critical thinking, the applying it. So how do we do this for this particular problem? And really have them go a step above their knowledge and understanding in the Bloom's taxonomy. And of course, the one that we know, which can be both good and bad, is a system in analyzing, structuring, and writing text. And that's probably where us educators have the biggest problem in that. A lot of times they ask ChatGPT to do all their writing of text. Of course, the drawback, some of the issues that we know about and people are constantly talking about is the biases that potentially come up from the data used in these models or the algorithms that might be used. Of course, those ethical and reliability issues, again, concerning whether we have access to the certain data, who is the sample that the data came from, that sort of thing. Because of course, whatever you put into these models affects what can be generated as output. The privacy concerns, so if you're going to build your model on a set of local data, are you able to anonymize that data enough so that people who gain access to the model and the data can't pinpoint the people who the data has been trained on? Widening the digital divide, the reality is everybody, especially in the Caribbean, does not have access to these tools or does not have access to any sort of ICT tool at all. So the more people use these sort of tools, then it means that the more people who don't have access, that's the less they know, right? So we are widening that digital divide, and that is, of course, a very real problem, as I mentioned, in the Caribbean. One of the things that educators are quite concerned about is the little, slow, or no learning that could occur, because we have this over-reliance on technology. So a lot of times, especially our English teachers, they complain about the essay writing that the students are doing using ChatGPT, because if they give a task to do a particular thing, to write a particular type of essay or to write a particular type of report or letter, the intention in writing this yourself is to gain a particular set of skills. Now, if you're going to go to a tool, a text generation tool, to do that task, it means that you're not learning those skills or you're not learning them very well, right? So that over-reliance on technology means that if they take it away from you, if you lose access to the internet and power and all those things, it means you will not be able to function offline per se. Right, and the lack of critical thinking development, again, because you're constantly going to something else to do the thinking for you, it means that you will not develop the skills to do the thinking on your own. Right, so that's one of the things that really have educators very hesitant to adopt the sort of generative AI in education. Of course, there's the issue about developing and updating policies. This has been an issue in computer science, I believe, and especially artificial intelligence more recently, in that the field is moving so quickly that by the time the process of developing regulations and policies take, we are now regulating something that was 6 months old or 1 year old, right? So that's going to be a constant problem which we have to deal with, because we can't spend 6 months coming up with a policy for something which is then no longer used, right? And again, zeroing on where education and generative AI really have issues is the inappropriate use of AI as it relates to academic dishonesty. And that's where I'll talk a little bit more in my next few slides. Right, so the whole concept about academic integrity is what speaks to the commitment to abide by values such as honesty, trust, fairness, respect, responsibility, and courage. And these values basically are what is expected of somebody in an academic setting. So a person going to school, a person attending university, it is expected that you will display academic integrity in order to be able to come up with a particular degree that you have earned, right? So as it relates to trust, so we trust that if you say you did the work, you actually did the work and not ChatGPT. Or that if you did use ChatGPT, you were honest enough to say ChatGPT was used to this extent or that extent. One of the things I've been observing, because I've been working on AI policies at the University of Guyana and examining some around the Caribbean and internationally, is that a lot of the universities are kind of asking, okay, so we're not going to stop you from using AI, but you have to basically report on your use. So you have to say, these were my prompts, this was the tool I used, this was the data I get back, and basically this is what I've done from that data. So a lot of the reporting, so it starts off with building trust in that you're honest enough to come out and say, hey, I used this tool, I used it to this extent, and then this is the change that I was able to make because of it. So that honesty and trust, of course, respect for others, respect that, you know, that you're not going to fool the teacher and say that you did the work when you know ChatGPT did the work, that sort of thing. Responsibility and courage, so being able to take responsibility for your actions, knowing that, okay, so this might not have been something I should have done. And so if I get caught on it, you know, I'm not going to take us down a long road of me denying until eventually I admit. So take responsibility for your actions, the courage to speak out when yourself or others are not behaving how they should be. And so these are the sort of values that is expected as it relates to academic integrity. Then on the flip side, we have academic dishonesty. And what I found as an educator is that a lot of people, their defense is ignorance. We didn't know that we should not have done this. So the thing about academic dishonesty, it speaks to the conscious or the unconscious choice to disregard or not abide by these rules. So had you not known that you could have done this, or that you knew and you decided to do it nonetheless, once the end result is a disregard for those values of academic integrity, you have now basically committed academic dishonesty or misconduct. And so things like cheating, which, I mean, we generally know we shouldn't cheat, but a lot of people don't know that if they take stuff from ChatGPT and use it to the test, they're cheating, which is interesting, but nonetheless, they don't know, so we should tell them. Still academic dishonesty, collusion. A lot of things we've been observing with online sort of education is people kind of think it's okay for them to collectively do a test, even though it's an individual test. You know how that sort of thing works. And of course, the whole concept of plagiarism, where you present other people's work as yourself. And a lot of times, policies related to plagiarism speaks to a person. So using a person's content and so forth. So students think that that's a bit of a gray area because ChatGPT isn't quite a person. So there's a need, of course, for institutions to sort of update those policies and speak to any source and not necessarily just any person. I was recently in a presentation by Dr. Baker Gardner. I think she's from the University of West Indies, Mona campus. She was speaking about a study that she's undertaking with universities and university students as it relates to artificial intelligence meets academic integrity. Is the Caribbean ready? There was a lot of insights gained from the universities and their positions and policies as it relates to academic integrity. But the things that stood out to me was the findings that came out from the students. One of the things we found that students said they feel that if you were to commit some sort of academic misconduct, you should not be awarded with degree. So students are aware that this sort of thing is not right towards obtaining your academic qualification. So they're aware of this. But they've also stated that there should be a lot more training and education as to inform them on what are the do's and don'ts. So how far can we go? How much can we use? What can we use? So there's a need for us to train and get students more ready for this environment, whereby we can have a tool that's generating the things that we should be doing in order to gain a particular set of qualification. And we already accept that if we don't do this thing on our own, we probably shouldn't stand and say that I've achieved this particular qualification. So I believe those sort of things are like a really good place to start from, because if we know that if we do this, it's not great, we shouldn't be awarded in a degree, and we're ready and enthusiastic about being educated on the best practices, then it's a good start for us.
Dr.
I'm not
Morris,
sure how I'm doing the time.
Just to interrupt, yeah, we're really out of time now.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that information about the drawbacks and cautions of generative AI. We have maybe 1 minute left for Dr. Coy from University of the West Indies, Mona, to do a demo of some of the work that we have been doing, because I'm part of the team. So if I may quickly introduce Dr. Coy.
Thank you, Phaedra. Hi, colleagues. So in the interest of time, I'll just tell you very briefly about what we've been doing as the Carolid group. The members of Carolid are myself, Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Paulson Scarrett, Dr. Yoande Lewis Fokum, and Mr. Assad Mohammed from Trinidad and Tobago. So our team is building currently a literacy tutor that's automated, built using a lot of AI principles and having generative AI embedded in some aspects of it. The idea is to move away from the traditional way that we approach learning and in some way supplement what is happening in classroom learning by using these tools that are culturally responsive and that use generative AI principles to generate content on the fly based on children's interest, based on their background and their cultural norms. One of the things we've learned very early on is that the students want to hear a tutor that sounds like themselves. And so part of that effort, we're building this literacy tutor for Jamaica and for Trinidad and Tobago. So we've built a Trinidadian voice using generative AI, and Dr. Mohammed will demo that for you. I'm not sure we can do very much more given the time that we have.
Sure. Should I? Yeah, I'll play. I hope you can hear this audio. The CARICOM Girls in ICT group celebrates the achievements of girls throughout the Caribbean. Go ahead, Andre. That's the first one. And I'll play the second one, the male voice, just to save time.
The CARICOM Girls in ICT group celebrates the achievements of girls throughout the Caribbean.
Good to go.
So the idea here is that those voices, even though the female sounds like Dr. Mohammed, is actually generated solely by AI. She typed in a prompt, Dr. Mohammed typed in a prompt, and that audio was generated. So the idea is we can have this tutor being responsive to a student's needs. If the student is from St. Lucia, the student is from the Bahamas, the student is from Jamaica, we can create voices with those particular accents, those nuances, so that the student will feel more comfortable working with it. This is the power that generative AI gives us. And this is how we're using this to enhance learning in our classrooms, to enhance learning outside of our classrooms, and to ensure that we are at the cutting edge of using generative AI in education. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. You've saved us on extra time there that we didn't have in the first place. So thank you to every one of our presenters here, Mr. Keegan Patrick, Dr. Morris Martin, and Dr. Coy, for sharing their insights on generative AI. Now, I know we're super tight for time, so I'm going to pass straight back to the CARICOM Secretariat if they wish to take any questions or if we have to move on to the next sessions.
Okay, thank you for that. So in the interest of time, we'll move straight into the next session. Our activity topic will be Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics Learning Session, or STEM, with Mr. Ganesh Singh, who is the program coordinator at the Guyana Council of Organizations for Persons with Disabilities. Ganesh Singh is an experienced disability rights advocate, advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities across Guyana and in the Caribbean. So over to you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, if you're speaking, we are not able to hear you.
You hear me now, Claire? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
I do apologize.
No problem.
Thank you very much. As was said, I'm Ganesh Singh, the program manager of the Guyana Council of Organizations of Persons with Disabilities. And over the past 4 years, we have been involved in STEM robotics for children with disabilities. The goal of the program is to expose children with disabilities to science, technology, engineering, and math concepts using robotic technology. Over the years, what we found here in Guyana is that children with disabilities, especially in the special education needs schools, are not exposed to the STEM field enough. So we decided to have this program establish a pilot in 2020, and then we expanded now to 14 special education needs schools, where 2 hours per week, children with disabilities are exposed to coding, robotic technology, and other STEM concepts. Our aim is not just to expose them to these concepts, but to help develop critical thinking and problem solving skills among children with disabilities. We have had tremendous success over the past 4 years, but my co-presenter will share some statistics later on. That's Fizi Bash, who is our technical consultant on this project, and she's from the University of Ghana Robotics Club. But I just want to say that this program is a response to a need that exists, and it is fully funded by ExxonMobil. And we've been one of the first within the Caribbean to expose children who are blind to robotic technology. And recently, we had a young female, 18 years old, would have won a prize at a mainstream robotic competition with the most innovative robot. And that's a blind female who is 18 years old. So, that's the background on our STEM robotics program. And it's all across Guyana in 5 of our administrative regions in 14 schools, as I would have mentioned. I'll hand you over to Fiezi, who will share more of the numbers and the technical aspect of the program. Over to you, Fiezi.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh. Hello, everyone. I am Fiasi Baksh, and I work closely with Mr. Singh on the STEM Robotics SEN program, where I'm the coordinator and trainer for the program. And I basically have the responsibility of leading a team of mentors to develop and implement curriculum content for our students across these various special needs schools. Now, being a STEM and robotics program, the content is focused on core concepts in all fields of STEM as well as robotics. And this is paired with hands-on robot building activities, DIY projects, and activities. Now, these concepts and teaching methods are helping our students to develop and improve various skills, such as problem solving, critical thinking, soft skills like communicating ideas, confidence to start their own projects, and so much more. And one of our objectives is helping our students to apply these STEM and robotics concepts and skills to the real world. Now, just to touch on the stats of the program, the first phase of the program was carried out in 2020. This was during COVID, and this was done as hybrid sessions with mentors on a Zoom call with students from 5 special needs schools. Our team of mentors included 85% of females who were studying science, technology, and robotics. And the finding, the challenges, and the methodology for this phase were published in 2 international conferences. Now, what we learned from the first phase from those 5 special needs schools, we improved and went on to phase 2. When the program continued in 2022 for its second phase, we were able to cover over 10 special needs schools across the country, which covered over 120 plus students. Out of these 120 plus students, approximately 54% were males and 46% were females. And for the mentor distribution, 50% of our mentors were females in the field of computer science as well as robotics. Now, in this same phase, we were able to host our very own exhibition where all of the students from the different schools were happy to display their projects that were focused on energy resources, as well as their robot builds they created in classes. The results for this were remarkable because not only did the students build their own projects to showcase, but they were able to engage with the public and share their experiences. Now, in 2023, we started the third phase, where these numbers increased as we continue to cover more schools across the country and introduce more students to the field of STEM and robotics. Now we're in 2024, where the program is still ongoing, and our mentors are conducting these classes and sharing knowledge with our students across the country. Now, every time the program continues, it grows. It grows in numbers as well as quality. Numbers as in our students, the coverage of the special needs schools, and our young minds. And quality as in our curriculum, what is taught to our students, what they learn, how they learn, and the benefits and outcome. Now, as the program continues in 2024, we look forward to sharing our progress with you in the future. And that's all for now. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Ganesh and Ms. Baksh. I have a quick question for you. So, how can educators and policymakers collaborate to ensure that ICT and STEM curricula are inclusive and accessible to young girls with disabilities?
You want to go ahead, Fiazi?
Would you guys like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay, so based on your experience working with persons with disabilities and people in STEM, how do you think educators and policymakers can collaborate to ensure that ICT and STEM curricula are inclusive and accessible to young girls with disabilities?
Okay, so sorry, Mr. Ganesh, do you want to go ahead?
Are you hearing me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes. One is having a collaborative approach with the persons from the disability community and having the technical persons involved. A lot of times, what happens in the development of various curricula, persons with disabilities are an afterthought. And what needs to be done is to have an inclusive approach from the beginning and to ensure that in the delivery of said curricula across our schools, the necessary resources are available. Because I'll give an example. If you're working with girls who are blind and visually impaired, you need specialized technology, certain assistive aids and so forth to help in the delivery of content. So it's developing an inclusive curriculum, the policymakers along with the experts, having that inclusive approach, and in the implementation phase, ensure that all resources are available, including assistive tech and trained personnel, to ensure that it can be fully inclusive for girls with disabilities. Because we have found that not having that approach, many girls with disabilities are not able to access a meaningful education. And certain types of disabilities, children go to school and graduate because of age, not because of qualification. And one of the reasons for that is because of not having appropriate curricula to help in the education process.
Thank you so much for that response, Mr. Ganesh. We could go ahead and move into the next session now.
Good afternoon.
Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome again to International Day in Girls in ICT. Under the team Inspiring Youth Innovation and Leading Change in CARICOM. Our next presenter is no other than the vivacious Miss Gabrielle Gay, who is a prolific education futurist, thought leader, speaker, and the founder of Erling Bradshaw Foundation. The Erling Bradshaw Foundation is the #1 education foundation of its kind in Barbados and is home to the Caribbean's first, largest, and most globally awarded education programs of their kind, reaching over 110 million plus, leaders, students, and professionals worldwide in law, literacy, and STEM. Miss Gay, final year law student in the UWI Cave Faculty of Law. She holds many prestigious leadership positions in education, regionally and globally. Gabrielle is LinkedIn Top Voice for Leadership, which prestigiously honors the top 5% of impact leaders on the global platform. She currently serves as the Sustainable Development Champion for Education in the Prime Minister's Office of the Government of Barbados. She also serves as the United Nations Youth Advisory Group alumni and as the United Nations AIS Ambassador, Barbados World Literacy Foundation Ambassador, and she is current strategic advisor to the Caribbean Regional Youth Council in Policy and Advocacy. Welcome, Ms. Gay. Over to you. Blessings.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, good morning, good night. It depends on where you are across the world. First of all protocols established. Massive gratitude to CARICOM for having me here today, really to discuss, and we're going to chat about the intersection of education, innovation, and how we can promote and have a dialogue on career change and development when it comes to the legal sector. So as my most able moderator noted, I am an aspiring attorney currently studying law, and I've been in the business and the fields of innovating and changing education from the young age of 13 years old. Burst into the scene because I recognized, as just having an education futurist perspective, that there are multiple holes and pain points in the education system, and this also relates to ICT. So I know someone's probably watching this and they're thinking, okay, so ICT, ITU, technology, what's the relation? What are the challenges? What is the backdrop of the challenges that are related to education in this area? I'm glad you asked. So firstly, let's take a quick, just as I said, backdrop and look at what's happening in the legal sector and the legal industry with regards to the legal arena with regards to ITU. So first thing, let's look at cybercrime. So in the area of technology and cybercrime, we can look at the fact that United Nations estimates that women are most likely, at least 3 times more likely, to experience cyber crimes, right? Let's look at the fact that, for example, even celebrities have not been unscathed from the issues of cybercrime, because things such as revenge pornography, deep fakes, where individuals use artificial intelligence to create these very despicable images and then circulate them around the internet, just really degrading the reputation of professionals, of celebrities. And what we notice is that this happens mostly to women. Let's switch our perspective and let's look at climate justice. So I know someone is probably wondering, climate? What does climate and technology have to do with one another? So a great example is the fact that the financial technology revolution is happening speedily. The internet as we use it right now with our explorers and Google and whatnot is called Web 2. The next level of the internet is going to be called Web 3. So if you've heard of cryptocurrencies, you've heard of Bitcoin, you've heard of non-fungible tokens called NFTs, right? This is the incoming digital revolution. In fact, it's already here. And how does that relate to justice and the Caribbean? Something that we don't really talk about enough is the fact that with these technologies, there is an exponential use of electricity. So, for example, one single NFT, right, according to the Digital Economics Index, produces over 211 kilograms of carbon footprint, all right? Just one. Now, how does this relate to small island developing states? Because we are the most affected by the climate crisis. So when we have these cryptocurrencies and we have this fintech revolution that's coming, who is regulating the individuals who are creating these NFTs and creating these Bitcoins, especially when this begins to come into the Caribbean? What are the frameworks that we have? When we speak about the AI generated revenge pornography, what are our bills, our cybercrime bills and regulations? Have we caught up? Who is regulating? And then the third point that I want to speak about with regards to challenges, and this is when it gets really dicey, guys. So a 2016 survey was conducted by impactjustice.org, and they went across the Caribbean and interviewed law students. Now, as we know, law students are our future lawyers, and we all know about the legal to politician pipeline. So 9 times out of 10, you have most attorneys at some point, a lot of them go into politics, and 10 times out of 10, the lawyers are the ones creating the documents, providing the backbone of the legal frameworks of the Caribbean. And I want to pause here and I want to really involve, because we're here at CARICOM and it's called CARICOM Community. So I just don't want to talk. I want to involve the audience as well. So for the next 30 seconds, and this is not a trick question, okay? I want you guys to either unmute your mic or you can type into the chat. I want you to guess the law students are future leaders that were interviewed in this survey. What percent? Any number to 100%. What percent can you guess denoted technology law as important for the future and global regulatory and legal regulatory frameworks in the Caribbean? Quickly, guys, let's see it in the chat. If you're on the live stream, CARICOM Secretariat, ITU, ICT Division, there's no wrong answer to this. Just your guess. Okay, Jennifer Britton, she says, coming in hot from ICT. She says 10%. Can I get at least 4 more guesses? Come on, guys, really quickly. Let's get interactive here. Jennifer says 10%. Who else wants to hazard a guess? 10%. Moderator, what is your guess? How is percentage? Precious Barrow says 15%.
I would say 8%.
8%. Moderator says 8%. All right, guys, anytime for one more guess. We've got 8, 10%, and 15%. All right, guys. So, drum roll. The future leaders of our legal profession, the grand number was 0. None of the law students who were interviewed by this survey conducted empirically across the Caribbean listed ICT, ITU, or any form of technology law as important or a subject to focus on for the future. I'm going to let that sink in. And so how do these 3 challenges then factor in? I know, right? Wow, mind blowing, right? So how do these 3 challenges then factor in, and how is this relevant in real life? Let's look at the fact that, for example, if you go in the Barbados Bar Association and you just do some research, we have over 200 criminal and family lawyers, practicing. And we have, I'm not going to test you again, I'll just let you know, we have less than 5 lawyers in the area of technology. Great disparity. And then when you analyze the syllabi of the University of the West Indies, fantastic universities, I'm a student as well, but there are zero legal technology subjects being taught. Which means what, ladies and gentlemen? We are pushing out generations and generations of lawyers who are creating our legal frameworks, who have no official accredited knowledge of the issues in ICT and ITU. So therefore, they're not practicing these areas because of the gap in the education system, which means then when we have the incoming cybercrime and we have the incoming potential climate crisis with the financial technology revolution, we're ill-equipped to really fight and to prepare policies in this regard. So enough doom and gloom. Let's get into the exciting part of this presentation now on my talk, the solutions. So what can we do then to circumvent and use education innovation as a tool to propel ICT and women in ICT? So firstly, I'd say events like this, having platforms, so massive shout out to CARICOM, to ITU Division, United Nations, all the partners and sponsors of this incredible conference, because education is directly linked to awareness, right? So that's the first thing. And then secondly, the Erling Bradshaw Foundation, we have our program, the FemLex cohort. Fem, which is, the French for woman, lex, Latin for law, and cohort, meaning an esteemed gathering. And our program, we bring together the brightest minds, women minds in law and politics from around the entire Caribbean and around the entire world. And we have legal professionals in these burgeoning and important areas to educate our legal students as well as legal professionals at all areas. So I'm talking from student to attorney. It does not matter. You can be a part of our program once you are a woman and you're interested in legal compliance with ICT and tech. We bring them all together. We teach them on these burgeoning areas. Then we provide mentorship, which was an incredible point that was made multiple times throughout this program. We provide mentorship. And then in phase 2, we provide internships so they can practice what they've learned. And by doing this, I'm proud to state that we are the highest rated, only of its kind, and largest legal mentorship program for women in the entire Caribbean and the global continents, Africa, Asia, UK, America, that we are implementing within, with 100%, very proud of that, feedback, where the students and our ambassadors said that they learned exponentially and they benefited from this program and that it should continue. So we're doing that, education, the mentorship, and the internships to make sure we have more women leaders in law and regulatory compliance in the field. And then we're also stressing the need for a marriage, right, of regulatory compliance and engineers, ICT professionals. They are also mentors as well, so that it creates a 360-degree framework for the adequate legal compliance and innovation to thrive. So that's our solution at Erling Bradshaw Foundation. And as I said, events like this, as well as, for example, platforms such as Crypto Mondays as well too, that can come into the region and provide more education. All of these are the ways that we can combat challenges and use education and use mentorship and use internship to then remedy the pain points that we have in the system. So I hope that this was educational. I know that the statistics were definitely shocking, but I'm sure that it shows you the need for the program that we have and that we're working on and why it's so successful. And it also sheds light as to the importance and critical necessity of education innovation in the area of legal compliance, so that we then result in the career innovation and change where we have more lawyers from the Caribbean and across CARICOM and across the world who are women coming in to the field, so that we then can create equitable policies, we can stop the burgeoning crime, and then finally heal the pain points and the lack in our education system and create perpetually positive and inclusive policies, not just now, but in the future. Thank you for having me.
Well done, Ms. Gabrielle Gray.
vivacious as usual, and much food for thought. There are a few questions. Quickly, one asks, what are the challenges as it relates to you have recognized in regarding ICT and education? And for me, a moderator question, I would ask you about the current curriculum, if it includes digital forensics or anything as it relates to forensics and ICT and how to recognize documents and whether a signature has been forged, etc. I thank you.
Thank you so much. So firstly, yes, the first challenges, as I would have noted earlier, was the fact that we're not teaching legal technology subjects in the curriculum, particularly at a tertiary level. I mean, we have to start, I would recommend, first of all, that we start a course from the primary level. And that's happening, I can speak especially for Barbados. We've started an initiative called Edu Transform BIM, where there's now injecting these subjects from the primary level to open our students to these careers and these burgeoning fields from a young age. But the main issue is that we're not teaching our legal professionals who are going to be our future legal leaders, current and future, about the importance of ICT, about the focus necessary for frameworks. And then this is translating into real life because, as I noted with the Bar Association stats, we have less than 5 lawyers in some of these technology areas in the country. And this is mirrored across the Caribbean, right? So that's the challenges. And then, of course, with the incoming technology revolution with finance and whatnot and Bitcoin, it also speaks to the fact that these technologies use an inordinate amount of electricity. So when the companies that are behind these technologies and whatnot, and even the fact that individuals as well can create NFTs and whatnot, how are we going to regulate these issues? What frameworks are we going to put in place if we don't even have the education at that level? So that is why, we created our program to ensure and to heal that pain point, and particularly with a focus on women, because it's to promote women in ICT and to promote and promulgate leadership in regulatory compliance as well. And to answer your question, absolutely. I don't want to give too much away for our 2024 cohort, but yes, forensics in all areas, in terms of recognizing fraudulent documents, in terms of tracing and different equitable remedies, all these different things as well are covered in our curriculum for our legal professionals. So I'm also going to use this opportunity to make a clarion call to all individuals who are watching this stream, whether live or in post-view, that if you are interested in partnering with us for education, particularly for the legal and political sector, young girls who are taking the charge, and legal professionals, women as well, who are currently leading as well too, then please reach out to us at www.erlinbradshawfoundation.org, because we would love to partner with you and any individual. If you think that the work that you're doing needs to have a voice when influencing policies in the Caribbean and beyond, we would love to partner and hear from you. So yes, definitely going to be a part of our syllabus, and definitely something that we focus on to prepare and prep and educate our legal and future legal pioneers for the future.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Ms. Cole had to step out of the room. That is on record the longest, best, most fulsome answer I've ever heard in moderating these types of sessions. So thank you ever so much. We want to give some moments to the main stage to somebody else. But if you'd stay in the room, please put your contact details in the chat, and certainly some other questions may come up a little later as we move into the session. But thank you ever so much, and we truly appreciate all the information you had to offer. Thank you. I apologize to Miss Adea Mackenzie, and I'm going to introduce her moderator. Adea has been waiting since 11:45 to do her presentation, and the moderator for that session is Miss Precious Barrow, who was raised in Georgetown, Guyana, and currently attends the University of Guyana, where she's studying information technology. Alongside her academic pursuits, she's a freelance graphic designer and artist, and as I told you earlier this morning, one of our pageant queens to be in Guyana for an upcoming pageant. She, over the past 7 years, she started at 10. She has dedicated her time and energy to collaborating with organizations focused on providing youth with skills training for the creative tech industry. I'm going to ask Precious to take us through the next session, introduce her speaker, and then we will have a 5-minute break just so we can all take a 5-minute break and then continue with the afternoon session. So over to you, Precious.
Thank you, Ms. Britton. Good afternoon, everyone, and happy Girls in ICT Day. I would like to introduce our speaker for this afternoon's STEM learning session, and that would be Adea Mackenzie. She is the cybersecurity lead as well as a part of Touchstar Robotics of Barbados. I will not take that much time in order to read out her bio. However, please give just a round of applause to Adea Mackenzie.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Just making sure that everybody can hear me and see me. Okay.
Yes, we can see you.
All right. And I'm assuming you can see my screen. Okay. So as stated before, I'm Adea Mackenzie. I'm from Barbados, and I am happy to be here with you today. I am the cybersecurity lead for Touchstar Robotics, and Touchstar is a Barbadian-based tech startup. Our mission is clear: to showcase that technology-driven solutions can originate right here in Barbados, powered by our own talent and ingenuity. It's important to us that others recognize that software creation doesn't have to be outsourced because the expertise exists right here on our little island. For us, achieving this mission is about more than just company success. It's about transforming Barbados and eventually the entire region into a more efficient and innovative place. We envision a future where processes that typically consume vast amounts of time are streamlined thanks to the groundbreaking solutions developed locally. By demonstrating the potential of our homegrown talent and technology, we're not only elevating our company, but also paving the way for a more efficient future for Barbados and the region. That's the driving force behind everything we do at Touchstar. We're aware that this mission seems ambitious, but we aren't the least bit intimidated. In fact, we've already started. Allow me to introduce you to SunSuite, a project management solution crafted in-house which can be adapted to our clients' requirements. One example of SunSuite's versatility is the INES Client Relationship Management System, developed by our team for Export Barbados. With SunSuite at its core, we transformed it into a centralized portal, streamlining the rental agreement process for tenants of Export Barbados. Now, tenants can swiftly complete their rental agreements, including payment and document signing, all within a single user-friendly space. This not only enhances the convenience for tenants, but also simplifies the intricacies associated with the rental process for Export Barbados staff, facilitating smoother operations for all parties involved. If you're wondering my role in all of this, as a cybersecurity lead and the sole member of the cybersecurity team, I carry a weighty responsibility as I'm tasked with ensuring the security of all our applications and processes. My responsibilities span across a wide range of areas. My tasks include creating and implementing security policies to protect our digital assets. This involves staying vigilant, proactive, and constantly assessing potential vulnerabilities and mitigating risks. One of my key duties is monitoring our company devices using our security information and event management system software. This allows me to stay one step ahead of potential threats, promptly responding to any alerts and ensuring our systems remain secure. In addition, I'm responsible for educating our staff on cybersecurity best practices. After all, a strong security posture is only as effective as the people who uphold it. By empowering our team with the knowledge they need to stay safe online, we fortify our defenses against cyber threats. If I'm being honest, they don't always take heed to my advice, and sometimes I have to hover in the best interest of the company. Another aspect of my role involves managing access credentials, an essential task in maintaining the integrity of our systems and data. My duties also extend beyond the office, as I'm fortunate enough to have opportunities like this one, where I, alongside my team, represent Tuckstar at expos and other events, often in person. It's a chance to share our expertise, connect with industry peers, and make our presence known. So while my role may be demanding, it's also incredibly rewarding. Our company has a great appreciation for the youth's role in the future of STEM. That's why we're big on youth encouragement. We show this appreciation by providing and participating in programs to educate youth in STEM and partnering with tertiary level institutions to provide internships in STEM. Our in-school program at St. Luke's Primary School in Barbados is just one of the ways we're invested in the youth. The program caters to individuals as young as 5 years old. It gives students an introduction to coding. The program also develops skills such as creativity, problem solving, teamwork, and computer literacy. The basic coding concepts, including sequencing, loop events, functions, variables, and conditionals, are taught with aid of a coding platform. The platform utilizes a drag and drop visual approach to teach block-based and JavaScript coding. Each student has an account on the platform where they complete puzzles, projects, and assignments and exhibit knowledge of concepts. Students also have access to a virtual and physical robot named Dash. During the recent Easter break, we also welcomed 4 teenagers to our office for a special robotics program. It was a fantastic opportunity for these young minds to explore the possibilities of robotics in a fun and interactive environment. Additionally, we recently partnered with the Barbados Community College to offer internships for students enrolled in the computer science program. Interns spent a total of 13 weeks working under 2 of our software engineers on active projects, an opportunity which was critical in providing real-world experience, equipping students with practical skills they can apply in their future careers. Looking ahead, we're in discussions to collaborate with Fanuc, an industry leader in robotics based in the US. This partnership is incredibly exciting as it creates a variety of opportunities. Not only does it aim to create more jobs in the field, but also seeks to introduce a robotics education curriculum, starting with kids as young as reception. By integrating robotics into school curricula at an early age, we're paving the way for the next generation of tech-savvy innovators. This ensures that they're equipped with the essential skills right from the start, setting them up for success in their future endeavors. Some more promising outcomes from this partnership include a boost in production rates for companies employing these robots. These machines can complete tasks that would otherwise take humans hours in mere minutes, resulting in increased efficiency and output. Additionally, their capability to handle high-risk jobs, such as working with harmful chemicals or hazardous materials, enhances workplace safety by eliminating the need for human involvement in potentially dangerous tasks. If you don't want to take my word for it, then hopefully this video taken by our CEO on a visit to their headquarters can convince you.
Vision, using Fanuc color vision camera, finding small little products to put inside bottles. It's using a little simple vacuum cup. This is a 6-axis Delta robot.
Yes, zero.
Right, so you can work on pharmaceutical, food, electronics. This can all be palletizing or palletizing applications. We actually have palletizing software that's already canned software for palletizing. You just go in there and put in all your parameters and done it. The footprint of the pieces, the number of layers. Pretty much 50. And I started here 28 years ago. Oh, you were here. I worked on a project. There's a beer company, a beer distributor out in New York. He's up here. They wanted us to build them a build of order system. So they sent us 2 skins of pieces of beer. I remember when we ran the whole system off, and our manager at the time said, "Hey, we're Christmas time. We're going to take beer home. Go ahead." Here's the 20 of us taking beer home. All 20 of the people were out sick for like 2 weeks. Oh no! Because it was like so when you hear about like the date on beer cases, that's fun.
In less than a year since our inception, Tuckstar has made significant strides in showcasing Barbados' potential in technology-driven solutions. From crafting software like SunSuite to fielding partnerships with industry leaders, we've proven that innovation knows no bounds, and it's just the beginning for us. Our commitment to empowering youth through educational programs and internships demonstrates our dedication to nurturing the next generation of tech talent. Our collaboration with FANA promises even greater opportunities from job creation to robotics education at a young age. We hope that we can also inspire others to push boundaries, challenge norms, and build a brighter future. Thank you for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Adea, for that wonderful presentation. And I think we can all agree that you are truly an impressive young lady. Right now, we do have a question for you, and it's more of a personal question. We would like to know what your journey was like through cybersecurity and what were the difficult decisions that you've had to make along the way.
Of course. So this is actually my first experience with cybersecurity. I was actually trained to be a software engineer, and that is endgame for me because as much as I love cybersecurity, I do love coding more. And I've been told that kind of makes me a unicorn in the industry because most people say females they encounter tend to not like coding. And in terms of my experience here at Tuckstar, I can honestly say it's been a great place to work. Everybody is very friendly, and I have been fortunate enough in my entire career of tech, though very short, to not have experience working with anybody, whether male or female, who makes me feel like I don't fit in the industry. So I've never per se had any challenges. It has honestly always been a breeze for me. And because I was introduced to technology from a very young age, I never had that intimidation that other people get because I'm so familiar with it. It has just been a breeze for me. And I'm hoping that more girls are exposed to technology at younger ages so they can have the same experience that I've had.
Thank you so much, Adea.
Thank you so much, Adea. Again, I had a question of my own. For some reason, you're gone off camera. We're just seeing an A. Is the robotic company, thank you, open for tours? Can people go in and see tours from time to time, or is it all closed and confidential?
Right. So, well, a great deal of what we do is confidential. I can't say for sure, but I can ask my boss, and I don't think he would say no.
Thank you. We're about to take a break. You had a question? There's another question. Sorry, there's another question in our room.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The question that readily came to mind is whether you have had any challenges within your job experience in cybersecurity with hacking. Is that a problem currently facing the Barbados industry? I thank you.
Right. So I can't speak for the entire of Barbados, but I can say that fortunately enough for us, I can boast. We do not have a problem with hacking. We've never been hacked. And that speaks to my role and my job because it is my job to keep stuff secure. And so we have gone above and beyond to ensure that what we do is secure, especially with the nature of what we do and who we work for. Is a huge thing to ensure that all data is secure. And I think that cybersecurity is an aspect of tech that can be overlooked. People do not understand the need to secure data, the systems they use, but at Tuckstar, it is a very big deal and we take it very seriously. And so no, we do not have any challenges with being hacked.
That means you're doing your job well 24/7. Thank you so much. We have a few minutes and we didn't get to ask other presenters questions. So if anybody has any burning questions now, please ask it in about a minute. And then we will take a break from 1:30 on my clock to about 1:40, and then bring the afternoon session back. And the first session will be another girls empowerment talk from Dr. Kareen Tatham Brown from Jamaica. So if there are no other questions or comments from presenters, please put it in the chat. Please feel free to put your contact details in the chat as well. If you'd like others to reach you or reach out to you, please feel free to use the chat and do so now. If there are no questions, you give us a good whole 5 minutes back, but I'm sure that people have questions. We do have some schools online still here in the room. Schools, any question from you? A lot of the schools don't have microphones. Any questions from you, schools? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll just take a break so that we can let some of our moderators leave who have to go on with the rest of their day. And then please feel free to stay in the room and come back with us in 5 minutes as we start the next session. And we do have exciting sessions coming up. Beyond the Screens, Girls Empowerment, another change agent from a male engineer this time, some more insights on digital well-being and safety, and then we'll hear from some of our regional teachers on some of the opportunities and challenges in the sector, and then close up the day after that. So please come back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. afternoon. Is Dr. Tatham Brown in the room? You have some unidentified telephones, etc. Is Dr. Tatham Brown in the room? Is Mr. Antoine in the room? Miss Nadine Sims in the room and Miss Rodin Stanislaus. I saw Miss Stanislaus. That will be your session if anything should just. Is Miss Sims in the room? Miss Stanislaus, if you're here, if you're back, please let us know. She raised her hand. Good, thank you. Miss Sims, if you're in the room, just raise your hand, please. Mr. Antoine, are you there? I see you logged in. Are you there in the room? Are you here in the room?
Yes, I'm here now. Is my audio coming through?
Okay, wonderful. Very clearly. So we're going to switch you now because we can't locate Dr. Tatham Brown at this moment. So we're going to ask you to go ahead and I'll ask your moderator, Ms. Cole, to introduce you, and then we will see if Ms. Tatham Brown comes into the room, and Dr. Tatham Brown, and we will take her after you go. So thank you so much again, Mr. Antoine.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting. Thanks to Team CARICOM for organizing. Pleasure to be here.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for agreeing to be here, Dr. Arthur Antoine. And Dr. Arthur Antoine has over 20 years of experience as a civil engineer, project manager in the construction and engineering industry. As an academic, he has conducted extensive research in his field of passion, making significant contributions to the body of knowledge on project delivery methods, in particular, collaborative project delivery methods. He holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, a master's degree in ocean engineering from Texas A&M University College Station, Texas, and he completed his PhD in civil engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. Dr. Antoine has worked for multinational engineering consultants where he has been tasked with civil engineering and project management duties in all stages of project life cycles, from inception through to monitoring and closeout, to deliver projects that exceeded aligned expectations. He is a strong proponent for STEM education, particularly for underrepresented minorities and youth of developing nations. I bring you the immaculate Dr. Arthur Antoine. Blessings.
Thank you, ma'am, for that illustrious introduction. I was wondering if you're talking about me. Let me take over the screen. Let me know when it's loaded for everybody. We should go to presentation. Is it loaded? All clear for everybody? Team CARICOM, you're on mute. I just want to make sure my visual is on.
We can hear you, Dr. Antoine. And if you, okay.
Is the content on screen though? That's what I was asking. Okay. Well,
yes,
thanks again for
Doctor.
Awesome, I got it all clear. Going for it. Yeah, thanks again to Carrie, come for the invitation. Always a pleasure to contribute to call it patriotically to my home region. I'm coming from St. Lucia originally, and doing this last year was fun last year. With a co-presentation or presented along with another colleague, another gentleman. This year, noticed doing a grand international girls and ICT day. So thanks again for the invitation. To get straight into it, I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'll speak to my academic and professional journey a bit. I think you read most of it in the introduction. Speak to the power of STEM or STEAM. I love that they added the A there, being the arts. And speak to prospective career pathways for anybody interested in working in STEM. Speak to how ICT has impacted specifically my discipline of construction and engineering. And along the career path, I'll speak to how we could possibly overcome some challenges. So what brought me from St. Lucia, although I work nationally in USA, excuse me, my base is Colorado, USA. What brought me from the majestic tropical peatlands to the depending on the season, the climate flat irons in Colorado. So my whole trajectory started off in University of the West Indies, where I got my civil engineering degree, worked for multinational consultants, masters as was in the introduction. I'll fast forward to currently holding the position of or serving as director of project delivery with Axiom Project Management, working nationally, again, professional services, program management, project management, and ambitiously or patriotically to launch my own company, A1 Engineering and Global Project Management Services, to serve my home region, the Caribbean, and as the name implies, globally. I'd like to start off with this video. I really feel this video sets the tone of speaking to possible careers, specifically in engineering and different types of engineering. I'll let it run and then I'll come back on the screen.
Not getting the audio, Dr. Antoine.
I need to share audio too. That's the point without share sound.
To the buildings we live in.
Don't forget. There it is.
The field of engineering has a huge influence on how we live our lives. Pretty much everything around us has been engineered in some way, from the infrastructure that keeps countries running, roads, water, energy, to the buildings we live in, to the things we use every day, our devices, books, even the clothes on our backs. This map of engineering is my attempt to capture all of those different areas of engineering and try and put them all in one place so that we can get our heads around it all. And like all of my maps, you can buy it as a poster from dosmaps.com, as well as our Professor AstroCat books. We'll start with civil engineering, which I like to think of as the engineering of big stuff that doesn't move. Civil engineering encompasses large public works like bridges, tunnels, dams, roads, airports, railways, and pipelines for things like water supply and water treatment, as well as a whole host of other infrastructure that helps our countries and economies tick along. Generally, they're built to stay in place and last a long time. Civil engineering was called civil engineering in the past to distinguish it from military engineering, which are both the oldest branches of engineering. Early examples of civil engineering projects were related to farming and the control of water sources, but also building settlements, towns, cities, and large vanity projects like the Great Pyramids at Giza. Coming back to today, arguably the largest collective engineering projects are our cities, which involve surveying to measure and assess the land on which buildings are built, architectural engineering, which deals with the design of buildings, including the planning for their construction and operation when inhabited, Structural engineering ensures that buildings are safe and are strong under their own weight and can withstand environmental effects like earthquakes or extreme weather events. Structural engineering doesn't just apply to buildings, but any structures humans build. For example, it's a key part of building dams to withstand the large pressure of water behind them. Most civil engineering projects need large amounts of surface materials like soil or rock to be moved, and this processing is called earthworks. And geological engineering applies geological science to support other engineering projects, assessing the geological suitability for large projects, things like dams or mining sites, amongst others. And understanding corrosion and the breakdown of materials over time is really important to make sure that systems are maintained and don't have catastrophic failures. This is a good time to point out that engineering by its very nature is largely cross-disciplinary, where just about everything on this map will also involve many other areas of this map. For example, the planning of building a building falls under the remit of architectural engineering, but it will also draw on structural engineering for the physical integrity of the building, which also draws on materials engineering for the properties of the materials the building will be built from, which in turn these materials will have been developed using techniques from chemical engineering. Then the systems inside a building will draw on mechanical engineering for air conditioning and elevators, and electrical engineering for lights and power, and computer engineering to control everything and for security. So even though I've had to separate everything into categories in this map, please remember that in reality there are strong connections between all of these areas. So many, in fact, that I wasn't able to draw them all out as it would just turn into a giant mess. Okay, back to civil engineering.
Yes, indeed. Back to civil engineering. I really like this video because it gives a great, in a short time frame, it gives a great synopsis of all the possible types of engineering or engineering. Yes, ma'am?
Dr. Otter, can I tease your brain a little?
Yeah, feel free. I love to keep it conversational. Feel free to ask any questions, anybody.
Yes, based on the video that we just saw, and the video is complete, right? It is complete. Yeah. My question relates to the type of engineering. Recently, I think most of us were stunned to see airplanes landing in a flooded Dubai airport. The floods in Dubai. And there was this question surrounding building a modern city, but not looking at engineering to deal with floods and drainage. What type of engineering is needed to actually keep the water, drain the water efficiently off of the land? Given for a country like Dubai that everybody wants to actually create their cities like Dubai, but with the recent flooding, persons are kind of like stunned as to what went on there with the type of engineering and design of all the different roads and structures that saw them got flooded so quickly, and the airport had to be closed for some significant period of time, causing some amount of loss of income. I mean, it's Dubai we're talking about. I thank you.
Yeah, I'll share my thoughts on that. First and foremost, I'll say I admire the scale of projects they do over there in the Middle East, from Dubai to Saudi Arabia. I aspire to get at least one of these projects on my resume. I mean, besides doing mega projects here that are multi-million-dollar projects, they're doing, call it giga projects over there, changing the entire landscape, artificial rain, etc., etc. I admit I'm not fully apprised of the cause of the floods and etc. And I feel confident that anything could be engineered. Really not knowing the cause, I'll start with the civil engineer could plan for it, but recognizing, as the video showed, anything you do, design a city, it tends to be interdisciplinary or multifaceted, multidisciplinary, whichever the terms you want to use. So I could think of a civil engineer being involved. I could think of, and these days everything is specialized. When I did my civil engineering degree, and even before then, we tend to do civil engineering, and we did a bit of structures, a bit of geotechnical, everything else. Now we have specialized discipline, and you go get a specialized degree. So I would see a problem of that scale being tackled by a multidisciplinary team. Civil engineer definitely in there. Call it the environmental person in there. somebody water, wastewater, and that team could find the solution to mitigate or forecast or find ways to mitigate the forecasted floods for that specific area or region. And all that said, as much as you engineer the force of nature when it comes to it, if it is a one in whatever time scale flood, the probability of it exceeding the capacity of whatever you design or engineering still persists. So we got to be aware of that, and we factor that into anything we do in terms of designs, etc. Should I move on with the slides or any other questions at this point?
Please move on, Doctor. I thank you.
Well, thank you for your question. So jumping into the prospective career paths, I mean, to be an engineer, you've got to aspire to attain that STEM degree. As I mentioned already, whether your interest is, I mean, I had a master's in ocean engineering, and it foster was my call it passion. Even though I didn't get work in that right away when I finished that program, I went back to the civil engineering duties. But it's fast and wide now these days. I've even seen construction engineering full degrees these days in the US, where people jump into it and they want to be a construction engineer, construction engineering and management as the term goes. But you have to aspire to attain that educational proficiency. And again, as we mentioned, consider cross-disciplinary or interdisciplinary degrees. There's a lot of those being offered these days. Degrees that bridge these hard science, technical STEM fields with other science or other fields that may be of interest to someone, such as STEM and healthcare, or a mixture of arts, environmental sciences, even business. And in terms of finding your path, I jumped into civil engineering, major finances, loans and all that. I never turned back. And it turned out to be what I love, because I didn't want a job. As much as I wasn't sure what I wanted to do at that time when I started off my academic journey, I knew I didn't want something that would keep me stuck in front of a desk or a computer every day of the week. And it turned out to be a great mix of being out, seeing different construction sites, seeing different types of unique projects, and a mix of doing the desk work when it has to be done as a civil engineer. So it turned out to my liking. But in terms of finding out what might appeal to say, a young aspiring engineer, I advocate to join and get involved in STEM, whether it's through local or virtual events like this. Clubs, events, competitions, there's a number of options out there. I'm a strong proponent for NESB. I believe there's a chapter in Jamaica. I'm not too confident in that, but NESB stands for the National Society of Black Engineers. The mission on screen of serving different capacities from the collegiate level to professionals level to regional level, even currently nominated for a national position with NESB in the US. So definitely young candidates and if any parents on board or teachers, I'd say advocate these young aspiring engineers to get involved and get familiar with STEM. Now the degree pathway may not be for everybody. We also advocate for internships, STEM-related volunteering, and there's ways to find these connections and these opportunities, and even opportunities for mentorship from experienced engineers who may be working in the industry in your locale. In the Caribbean in particular, most engineers tend to be part of some association, some local association. I have some of the logos up there. The one at the bottom being St. Lucia, Association of Professional Engineers in St. Lucia. Just randomly selected the Belize one. And they're given the umbrella body called the Council of Caribbean Engineering Organizations. But be adventurous enough to reach out. I mean, the world is small these days with an email at the touch of a button. Reach out to somebody, show interest, and find ways to get involved and get familiar with STEM. again, advocating for the tech world. I mean, there's so many options I see in terms of online coding and online programs, or programs online for education in the software and tech world. As I started saying, there are non-traditional career paths as well. Not everybody takes the same route to get to the same point. But in terms of non-traditional career paths, one might consider community college programs as a start. I did go to community college before I jumped out and started my degree at Trinidad. And technical and vocational schools where someone can get proficient enough in a STEM field and may not even aspire to go further and be well off with that technical or vocational trade skill, which is invaluable. Technicians, I must say, and must point out, a supplemental role that really supports engineers. I mean, and I think that's globally, especially even myself, our technicians that fulfill particular roles when I'm off a particular construction site, and they might fulfill roles on a different site and give me a call if there's any issue I need to get my eyes on. Industry certifications, that's another one. There's a lot of different industry certifications for specializing in the STEM fields. There's construction management, quality management, safety, industry certifications, if you want to just build your resume with those sorts of certifications as well. And I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I'm coming close to wrapping up. So this slide here is where I focused on, as requested, how I felt information and communication technology really impacts my discipline of construction and engineering. I hope it's clear for everybody. This is something blocking the title. But anyway, it's titled Project Management Information Systems. And all these logos, all these features of these different call it proprietary products, they're all different software products. We call them PMIS, from Procore to Oracle, etc. Some of these I'm familiar with, some I'm not. But what these project management information services do is they facilitate greatly digital communication and connection among project teams and project stakeholders. I could speak to Procore in particular that I've used. I love it for, and it tends to be from my experience, all client based. So I work with a client that might like Procore and a client that might like a different product, an Autodesk product. But this offers so much. To give an example specifically, I might be on a site. Or let's start with how it used to be done. If the construction contractor is on a site, he has his drawings and he's building his foundation and he has a query about reinforcement or he has a query about dimensions. Back in the day, he'd have his paper copies, he'd have to mark it up, then he'd have to find somebody of authority, find the engineer and or the client. If it's a remote site out in the middle of nowhere, who knows when he's going to get them or even get them on phone. Now with these products, that same construction contractor to be on site with just an iPad. It's an iPad and a stylus, no stylus, and he gets his drawings live. So he always knows he has coordinated drawings that everybody's seeing. It's updated and latest drawing. If he has a query, there's features in there where you can digitally mark it up and send an email, or even once he marks it up, that notification goes out to the project team that, hey, this guy has a question. If I'm the engineer and I'm not there, even if I have my iPad in front of me, I could pop up on my phone and I could address the question right away. So all these digital products basically increase coordination and totally increase productivity. And move to the next slide. Or the ones on the right are the ones that I've used personally. I've used Oracle, Aconex, Ignite, Bluebeam is indispensable. Bluebeam is like a more powerful version of Adobe PDF, really, where you can mark up and have so many more features and even collaboration amongst project teams in a shared document. Microsoft Teams is, again, indispensable for, I find in the US really popular for a lot of internal corporate meetings, etc., amongst project teams. To speak to how to overcome some of the challenges that one might face in pursuing whichever academic or career path they choose, I feel it's imperative to build on interpersonal skills. And I feel, speaking for myself, that's what has taken me far. Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with people on any project or in any office we walk into. And as they say, the emotional intelligence, the artificial intelligence is the buzzword now, but the emotional intelligence, or the EQ, as they say, I feel will remain indispensable. So it's some food for thought there. Benefits are self-awareness, just for personal growth, improved communication, conflict resolution skills, team building skills, leadership and development. If you aspire to leadership positions, you definitely got to build on your EQ. And there's different ways to start, for lack of a better term, checking yourself. I mean, the DISC assessment tools, the DISC assessment model listed at the first bullet point, that's one I've done more recently, dealing with a company again in changing companies. And I kind of like going to it just to see where I'm at. Because it's not like you're stuck in one box for your whole life. The last time I did it, or the previous time I did it, previously to the last time, I thought I was more in what's shown as a mixture of red and blue, the results-oriented, analytical, task-oriented portion. And it had me thinking to myself, hey, maybe I need to be more balanced and be more on the people-oriented side. So it helps you to think about where you are, who you are, how you interact with people to more efficiently get the job done, to better collaborate. And there's so many byproducts of collaboration that are beneficial to you as an individual, to your company, to whatever project you may be working on. Last but not least, this one of my favorite slides I like to show, especially for young aspiring engineers. Not that everybody has to be in STEM or be an engineer. I mean, there's a lot of different jobs that are indispensable. But if this is a motivation for you, you can recognize with or without a degree, if you're in the STEM fields, you're likely to get significantly more remuneration or more salary than somebody who's not in the STEM field. With that, showcasing my books here, I'm also an author. Love to write and love to contribute in different disciplines. Love to mentor as a STEM and academic and career navigator or coach. So feel free to reach out. I'm easy to reach on LinkedIn. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for the erudite and I would say concise presentation. And as a moderator, I'm going to ask Ms. Britton, any questions here in the room? Absolutely. Okay. Are there any questions in the chat? Nothing. But for the different companies you would have worked for and the projects that you would have done, which one stands out to you as to say, this one you're exceptionally proud, or you may have more than one, but one that you would like to highlight as your brainchild, one that you're exceptionally proud of? Is there anyone, or are you proud of all of them? I thank you.
I could highlight a few. I could highlight at least one in the Caribbean and one in the US. The one in the US that's a real highlight for me, was a great experience. It's called the 16th Street Mall Design Build Project, $150 million project. That was 2 companies ago, where I was a construction quality control manager. So I literally had to manage and plan and draft those quality management plans to make sure everybody exceeded every part of this contractual specifications for quality, and make sure everything is documented. Because if you can't document it, you can't prove you did the right tests and you did the right checks and balances in terms of quality assurance and quality control. That one stands out because it was
No, I wanted to say something. The 150 is US, right?
US, yeah.
Oh my, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to calculate it in Guyana money. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the exchange rate to Guyana. I could do a quick calc to EC dollars. But yeah, that stood out to me because it was in the heart of the capital city of Denver. And there was so many factors involved. Really, it wasn't that challenging technically of a project, but the challenging part was dealing with all the stakeholders. There was light rail passing through, multimodal transportation, buses, different stakeholders in terms of these bus authorities, storefront owners. Everybody had a stake in the project, different agencies and regulatory authorities, and even just the man or woman walking down the street. You have to accommodate for in terms of safety and think ahead in terms of how you set things up and when you do things and how you schedule things. So that stood out to me in the US. In the Caribbean, I was resident engineer on the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project. Maybe a controversial one to mention. Yes, I mean, even I'm personally disappointed that that project started. It started 2011. I think about 2011 is ongoing today, for various reasons. Anyway, that project stood out to me because it was Viewfort in the southern part of St. Lucia. It was the last place I lived in St. Lucia. And it was a project that really, St. Lucia only has two major hospitals. One, you take that hour, 90-minute drive, mountainous drive up to the north, to the major hospital in the capital, Castries, where they had this long-standing historic U.S. military builds, St. Jude Hospital in the southern part of the island that offered great service to the rural part of the island. And then that got burned up by fire. And ambitiously was different political administrations tried to rapidly get it rebuilt, but it has been unsuccessful to date for various reasons. But I definitely enjoyed my time there as resident engineer, interacting with the people themselves, interacting with the workers, interacting with various contractors, trying to get the job done, at least on the site.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. We have one question from Ms. Britton. She's asking.
Mr. Dr. Antoine, I was, as always, I'm intrigued when I hear you speak, but I have a either simpler or harder question. What has been your experience with mentoring female engineers? And I am particularly interested in the differences you see in ones perhaps from SIDS countries and ones from developed countries. Anything you want to amplify for us this afternoon?
Sure, I mean, that's a great question, Dr. Britton. I love that question. I'll start with this context where being with NSB, going to the high schools, going to the collegiate chapters, or getting involved in collegiate events. I've mentored a lot of people up here in the US. I mean, since 2017, the company I was with then, I helped initiate and foster a partnership with the Denver Public Schools, where it's unique for private sector firms to take interns from a high school. But I got straight out of my PhD, started working for them, had connections, and actually with a great Jamaican friend who was in the high school system, and then encouraged my company. So every semester, we literally took on a high school intern, one or two, and give them valid work to do. We'd give them a company laptop, they'd have a company email, and give them legitimate valid work to do to see what it's like to be an engineer. And since then, I'm proud that male and female, a lot of them got into engineering roles in different colleges. The females always stood out to me as colleges, they say the females advance faster. They seem more mature. They seem to get it. They seem to get the requirements or the expectations of the roles, especially if they're doing a role where you're representing a company. You're not just a high school student now. You're representing a company, and you're representing a company. They give you so much trust, and you're representing them facing clients even. So they used to really step up to the game. In the Caribbean, I'll admit, before I go to the Caribbean, my mentor, I'm really proud of now, she just finished her PhD dissertation. She's about to graduate from the same program that I did. So being tied to my alma mater in different roles, I had a mentor who went through the same PhD program in construction engineering and management at the University of Columbia at ID. And she just, well, it's not even 2 weeks yet, she just passed her dissertation. And connect through my network, she got some good job offers. Moving to the Caribbean, I'll admit that I've had a lot more male interactions in terms of mentorship than female. Maybe it's still the stigma that it's a male-dominated field. Maybe it's that the females seek out female mentors, which is fine. But I admit I've had less interaction with females as mentees. Actually, we do recall one, can't recall a name right now, sad to say, but through doing this program last year, got connected with the STEMI organization in Ghana and did have a female mentee there for a while, and I think she was more focused on project management.
Well, thank you very much. That lone female must feel very special, given the fact that she's left an great impression that you can remember her, but not her name.
Apologies.
I'm not going to knock you. I'm not going to discriminate and say it's a man's thing and men don't remember, because females also can get a bit of selective amnesia, huh?
Well, put me on the spot, yes.
I'd like to thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and telling us about the wealth of knowledge and your experiences about the projects. I mean, I really felt I was in tune, especially with the video that you were showing. And I want to wish you all the best in your next projects that you'll be doing on behalf of whichever government you are. I think it was really phenomenal to manage 150 million. So I had to come in and ask you to do US dollars, just to make sure I can wrap my head around, because that's billions in the currency here in Guyana. Thank you so much, Dr. Antoine.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, hopefully the next government I work for is Dubai.
Blessings.
Thank you so much, Miss. Thank you so much, Dr. Antoine and Ms. Cole. We're going to move to the section on girls' empowerment again. This is our second or third bite of it for the day, because there's so many women for us to hear about from the region. Our main presenter will be Dr. Karine Tatham Brown, and her moderator is going to be Ms. Utica Alves, who is Project Officer, the ICT for Development team in the CARICOM Secretariat, and one of our newest members of the CARICOM team. And we're welcoming her to our first Girls in ICT Day event in the Secretariat itself. So over to Ms. Alves as moderator, and to Dr. Tatham Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Redden, for that introduction. As stated, I am Utica Alves, and I will be your moderator today for the second Girls Involvement segment. Karine Tatham Brown is an esteemed educator and educational leader with over 2 decades of experience in the field. She specializes in educational leadership, e-learning, and diverse curriculum. Karine is known for her dynamic and innovative approach, which engages participants in discussion in empowering youth, particularly in leadership roles with technology-related field. Dr. Tatham Brown, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon. Thank you so very much for that very wonderful introduction. All right. Hello and welcome everyone to my presentation on girls empowerment. All right. So let me just get my screen up. Is everybody seeing it?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Right, so welcome again to my presentation on girls empowerment. I'm Karine Empowered Tatham Brown, an instructional technologist from the beautiful island of Jamaica. All right, one quick question to everyone. Is there anyone here among us who is opposed to being more successful? I know the answer to that is no one. No one is opposed to being more successful, being happier, realizing ourselves, to the maximum and experiencing satisfaction in all aspects of our life. Today, my brief presentation aims to focus your attention on real-world empowerment that is useful for all aspects of your life, be it education, career development, personal growth, etc., beyond the screens. All right, so let's get started. So who am I? Empowerment begins with an understanding of who we are. So let's think briefly. Who am I? All right. For me, I have a few terms that are usually associated with me as an individual. I'm God-fearing, I'm hardworking, purpose-driven, I'm a digital citizen, a mother of 3, and a wife. So there are many things about me, and I'm an entrepreneur, a businesswoman. You can see a number of terms there. I'm also a farmer. So even though I'm into technology, I'm also a farmer. All right. So personal empowerment for us as females must focus on expanding our knowledge about ourselves and our ability to act to realize our personal potential. All right. It aims to help us to feel confident enough in our abilities in a way that will allow us to moderate our dependency on others and other factors. Some of my personal highlights include some of my achievements, such as earning my honorary doctorate in instructional technology, my master's degree in educational technology, being the mother of 3 successful children, and being happily married, among many other achievements. My achievements did not come without challenges. So some of my challenges include work-life balance. It includes limited finances. It includes going up against, males in areas that are dominated by males, as we would have heard earlier. All right. But how did I overcome these challenges to become a leader in instructional technology? I overcame these challenges through perseverance, through having a strong faith and staying focused. All right. So I encourage my audience to remain focused, persevere. Nothing good ever happens without a little fight, or sometimes a big fight. So I encourage young girls, women to persevere, stay focused, and we will achieve. Okay. So what is empowerment? What does it mean to you? Different persons have different ideas, but at the heart of it, we can see the word power. So empowerment is the process of becoming stronger and more confident in our abilities. It's an invitation to live a life that reflects God's power, God's purpose, and God's love in our life. It's a feeling of strength, the power of influence. It's a life driven by a definite purpose. And so, as we think about empowerment, let's think about that deep, intimate relationship with our Creator. Here I have 8 simple principles for girl empowerment. And girl empowerment here is for all aspects of our life, beyond the screen. So this was adopted from Dr. Miles Monroe's teachings, and it can help us to become empowered. And as we think about empowerment, we think about living a life that is purpose-driven. All right. So first we have self-discovery. Every empowered woman is aware of themselves. And so I'm encouraging our young girls to develop that self-awareness. It is crucial in discovering your purpose. You need to know who you are. And Dr. Anton would have mentioned earlier, completing strength-based assessments and so forth are some of the tools that we can use to help us to understand or to get some insights as to what are our strengths and our weaknesses and how to become a better version of ourselves. Uncover your gifts and talents. Your purpose often aligns with utilizing and developing these inherent gifts. Pay attention to your passion and desire. Your purpose is often linked to what you feel deeply connected to and are willing to invest your time and energy. So purpose and empowerment is not something that you can just copy from somebody. It is a personal journey. All right. 4, seek clarity. Ask questions like, what legacy do I want to leave behind? Or what impact do I want to make in the lives of others? All right. So as we think about our careers in STEM, let us think about these kinds of questions. Seek clarity. Align your actions. We can align our actions by seeking opportunities that allow us to express and utilize our unique qualities. 6, continuous learning. Embrace continuous learning and growth. Be willing to step outside of your comfort zone and discover new things, new knowledge, new information, connect with other people, network, seek mentorship, serve others is number 7. Identify how your talents and passions benefit others and contribute to the betterment of society. And finally, persevere. We have here persistence and resilience. Embrace challenges and setbacks and see them as opportunities for growth. So empowered women will not see challenges as things that are there to hold you down. Your challenges are there as opportunities for growth. Be innovative. Research shows that most of the times it's in our lowest point that we become innovative, that we discover things that we would never have done in our comfort zone. So females, I encourage you to embrace challenges and setbacks. For me, becoming an empowered female in the STEM field as an instructional technologist is about improving myself. It's about expanding my abilities to function and to solve problems in teaching and learning. It's about improving my performance in instructional design. It's about empowering other educators and students. And it's about removing barriers to learning through the effective integration of educational technology. Essentially, empowerment focuses on decision-making skills, identifying strengths and weaknesses, resource mobilization skills, strengthening our faith in our personal abilities, and more. And you can see on screen, promoting justice. An empowered woman will seek to promote justice, look to lift others, stay informed. And for me personally, I could not have achieved anything without the divine support of my maker. Research shows that the gender gap in STEM remains significant. As seen on screen in 2023, women accounted for only 28% of the STEM workforce. Worldwide, the figures stood at 24% in the United States, 17% in the European Union, 16% in Japan, 14% in India, and in most of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, women accounted for no more than 40% of the student body in STEM majors. So we can see that there is a challenge for us as women. All right. And so the idea is not to shy away from it, but to understand it and to embrace the challenges and see these as opportunities for growth and development. Essentially, girls and women must endeavor to strengthen their belief in their ability to self-realize in the STEM field and in identifying ways that will help us to apply new understanding of ourselves to solve problems. The gender gap in STEM has been attributed to several long-standing issues such as stereotypes, unconscious biases, lack of female role models. So these opportunities like our International Girls in ICT Day, these opportunities are welcomed for women to see others who are doing well in the field. And so this is a beautiful initiative. It is critical that we strive to close this gap. Closing the gap can have numerous benefits for global communities, such as more innovative solutions to societal challenges, economic growth and job creation, and living in a more just and equitable society, among many other benefits. So young ladies, I encourage you, get on board with STEM and be encouraged. Be encouraged. All right. So here is a quick synopsis of my current work. So currently, a fellow technologist, Mr. Selvin Bailey, and I are working on developing a robust online learning platform called Open Campus of the Caribbean for youths 18 years and older. So through our combined knowledge and skills, we embarked on this project in 2023 to collaborate with other like-minded individuals to share our knowledge and skills in several free, self-paced online courses designed to develop critical life skills among youths in the Caribbean. These courses aim to build capacity and serve as scaffolds to learning in areas such as e-learning, business ventures, training and development, instructional design, project management, and e-learning leadership. You can join us if you're so moved. If you're so moved and you have the expertise and resources, we welcome others to collaborate with us on helping the youths to access content that can empower them. And so I have a little form here. I'll share the link, and I'm encouraging students. It's still work in progress. We're working on it, but I'm encouraging students who are interested to just complete the form, and I will definitely get back to you. And those who are interested as experts in the field, interested in offering your knowledge and expertise, we are ready to collaborate with you on building courses for self-empowerment of our Caribbean youths. And here are my contact details. I welcome any opportunity to network with you, anyone at this point. And questions are welcomed at the end. And I thank you so very much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you for your time. Now, remember, becoming empowered and discovering your purpose is a personal and individual process. It will take time, self-reflection, and experimentation to fully uncover and live out of fulfillment and meaning in your life. And this is true empowerment. I thank you. Any question?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Peyton Brown. I can speak for the women in the room and say that we are all walking away from this feeling empowered at the moment.
Awesome.
What I would like is backtracking a moment to when we did the youth survey before the Girls in ICT program began. One of the things that comes out, can you hear me?
No, could you repeat, please?
Yes, I was saying that.
No, I heard it.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for your patience. Yes, I was saying that when we administered the youth survey prior to planning the program for Girls in ICT, one of the things that jumped out at us was a lot of youth were talking about their parents' expectations, rightfully so, and their family. So as an empowered woman and using Dr. Monroe's principles, how would you encourage young girls and even boys to stand on their principles, discover themselves, and follow the career path that they have decided on? Thank you. You can.
Okay. All right. Discovering yourself, it's very important to think about the things that you love to do. It starts with an understanding of your passion. What are you so moved to do? And seek help from more knowledgeable persons. So as the previous presenter, Dr. Antoine would have mentioned, he mentioned mentorship, coaches, doing assessments. So it begins with an assessment of who you are. All right. So very importantly, to become empowered, you first have to have a knowledge of yourself. You have to also look to develop an understanding of what this means to you. This knowledge of yourself, what does this mean? What will you do with this knowledge of yourself? And then applying these principles is critical, because a knowledge without application is like, it's useless. So what all these principles, it's important that young women apply them in order to achieve fulfillment. So the principles have to be applied. We have to seek knowledge. We have to embark on continuous learning. We have to seek the help of those in front of us who would have been empowered. We have to look to role models. We have to ask questions, and we have to think about what we love to do. So it's not a thing that we can imitate. So if another person is doing something, another person is an engineer, but you're not so moved, you don't feel like that. It's not your place to fight it, but still dig within and look at the things that you love to do. What problems are you inclined to solve? What is it that you like to do? And then from there, you build on that. You seek help, coaches, mentors, etc. You embark on lifelong learning, and you should be able to eventually achieve empowerment or actualization. It's not something that happens overnight, by the way. It's something that takes time. So be patient. I would encourage anybody to be patient with themselves.
Thank you, Dr. Tatum Brown. Any other questions? I don't see anything in the chat currently, and I know that you would have said that you would share your survey, or form, sorry. So please feel free to put it in the chat. We do have one question in the room, so I'll hand over to Ms. Cole.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tatum Brown, and I agree, success doesn't come overnight. Right. My question that I have for you pertains to, we often talk about empowerment and empowerment and empowerment. But truly, empowerment talks to actually being able to procure items. So for girls, access to a device, access to something as simple as a smartphone. They may have a phone, but it may be a mango pelto, we call it here in Guyana, right? Yes. Is your organization doing anything to truly empower girls who do not have access? We're talking about girls in deep poverty, to actually be able to get a tablet, like giving, encouraging them to, by procuring the tablets, blessing them with it, and then going back to provide training on that aspect, because true empowerment means poverty alleviation. Access, affordable access is where we continue to struggle, we as women. Our girls, they have the potential, but they don't have the wherewithal, and most times in order for them to get something, right? Few women may support them and so on, but for men, it's a cruel world out there. For many of our young girls, they're into sex work, contractual sex in order to gain things and stuff like that. Many of them, they may have one child, and because they have the one child, they don't have the negotiation skills. They go with another guy to get another one, and the cycle of poverty. I think you know it, and we all know it very well. How is your organization helping? As it relates to empowering those girls? I thank you.
Very good. Very, very good question. Very good question. We are a fledgling organization. We pretty much just started out in 2023, late 2023. So the idea is to get persons on board to help us, to collaborate with us. So we are offering a free platform. So we would have, or aspect of it would be where we are offering a free platform. So students would, young girls would not have to pay to access the content. But as you would have mentioned, the content might be there, but accessing in terms of having devices is another aspect that has to be taken into consideration. And for that, we're seeking persons to come on board, to collaborate with us. And I'm confident that based on the responses that I'm getting here in Jamaica, I believe that by the end of the year, we should have something solid to start in terms of getting tools out to some, and hopefully having some growth where that is concerned in the following years. So for starters, is getting the platform up, getting free content for capacity building on board, and then collaborating with others, telecommunication companies and so forth, to see if we can access the tools to help those who are interested, but who really do not have the wherewithal, they don't have the funds, they don't have the tools. So our whole aim is to do it bit by bit, because we know that success doesn't come overnight, but we believe that by starting, we can ignite that fire and we can get other like-minded individuals to come on board with us. So for me, I embrace forums like these where I can say to persons, this is what we're about in the Caribbean, and I am welcoming your collaboration. I'm welcoming your support so that we can make the lives of our young girls better with technology.
Thank you, Dr. Tatum Brown, and you will definitely be hearing from us again. It was a wonderful presentation, and in the interest of time, I'm going to hand over now to Ms. Britton. Thank you.
Thank you for having me too.
Ms. Dr. Tatum Brown, we will certainly be in touch about collaboration, and thank you for giving us some of your wonderful time. I'd like to move on to another session on digital well-being and safety, and our moderator is going to be Miss Akila Andrews, who you may have heard of from before this morning, but I don't know if she was introduced. So I'll tell you a little bit. She is currently functioning as the STEM Club Coordinator at STEM Guyana, which is the leading organization offering STEM education throughout several regions of Guyana, and we have 10 regions in Guyana. Akila sustains her passion for empowering youth, particularly young women, to pursue STEM careers. She is also an alum of the U.S. Youth Ambassadors Program under the U.S. Embassy in Guyana. She is, as part of the 2022 cohort of the exchange program, she led her team, guided by their mentor, to host a digital literacy workshop that impacted over 50 Guyanese students. Her public speaking experience is extensive, and she is currently pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree at the University of Guyana with aspirations to establish a career in product management and data science. And she is one of our the pageant queens that I told you I was happy to be in the room with, so I can feel my queens. And we hand over to Akila to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you for that introduction. So I'll go straight into introducing our next speaker or presenter, who will be Miss Nadine Sims, who is the Assistant Chief Education Officer from Jamaica. Miss Nadine Sims currently serves as the Assistant Chief Education Officer within the Media Services Unit at the Ministry of Education and Youth in Jamaica. She brings to the table over 25 years of experience in various capacities, including classroom teacher, senior teacher, lecturer, education officer. She taught information technology and computer science at Ardeen High School for 13 years. She is an adjunct lecturer at the University College of the Caribbean, lecturing computer application and appreciation courses. In her current post, her main task is to coordinate activities to support the development, review, evaluation, procurement, and distribution of the quality educational resources for the Jamaican educational system to support the various curricula, including the National Standards Curriculum for the education system. In the field of education, she has worked with different stakeholders and partners, including UNESCO, CARICOM, the Caribbean Examinations Council, the Joint Board of Teacher Education, and government ministries, agencies, and departments. So I'll hand over to you now, Miss Nadine Sims.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt you. I would like to also introduce your counterpart who will be presenting alongside you, who is Raiden Stanislas. Raiden Stanislas is a website designer and online safety ambassador. She undertook a digital humanities course at the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, where she gained expertise in social media and web application under the CARDT 2023 Software Engineering Program. She wants to use this platform to inform girls in CARICOM to be more aware about the dangers of posting too much information on social media platforms. And your status, it may be giving away your location and hopefully get to talk to us about how easy it is to get your personal information from social platforms. So handing over to you, ladies. Ms. Sims, you're muted.
My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today, and I will be focusing on the topic digital well-being and safety. All right, so we'll be talking a little bit about digital well-being and safety. I'm just checking to see if you're seeing my presentation.
No, we aren't. It's not as yet.
We're seeing you.
Okay. Okay. Just a moment, please.
Ms. Sims, is everything all right? We've lost your video as well now.
She may be trying to shoot.
Yes, I'm just bringing up my video. I thought it was up.
Okay.
Confirm that you're now seeing my presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. All protocols observed. All right, so I was already introduced, so I will just move on quickly. I currently serve at the Ministry of Education. Thanks for that warm introduction. So for this session, there are two main objectives. I'll be looking at girls' digital well-being and safety, and I'll be looking at some emerging ICT technology careers. So I just want to leave a key definition with us all. Research tells us that digital well-being is a state of complete physical, mental, and social security in relation to digital technology use. I just want to share with us some statistics from ITU. It says 79% of youth, that's persons aged between 15 and 24 years, uses the internet, and approximately 60% of our girls, unfortunately, have reported experiencing online sexual harassment. Being safe and respected while online is a right of our girls. And the most commonly offenses of child abuse images are child pornography, online grooming, cyberbullying, and sexting. And this information was gathered from a research conducted by the World Bank. However, today I want to focus on I want to coin it as 4 real and hidden current issues. 1, that of screen time. 2, online hate. 3, fake news and misinformation. And a part of that, you have deep fake technology. And 4th, inappropriate content. Now let us talk a little bit about screen time. Sometimes we do not see the overuse of screen time as a challenge to our digital well-being, but it actually is. So screen time is how long someone spends using a device during viewing, whether they're viewing videos or watching TV or browsing or completing homework online. And there are some signs that tells us that there's just too much screen time. For example, just the general health and well-being neglected or reduced, personal hygiene, isolated or withdrawn for long periods of time, appearing anxious or irritable when asked to move away from the technology. Some other signs are ongoing headaches, eye strain, sleep disturbance, excessive tiredness, obsession with particular websites or games, anger when being asked to take a break from online activity. 2 other signs, negative changes in behavior and declined interest in social activities such as meeting friends or playing sports. We are no longer interested in, seeing our friends. We are just into our digital space. And finally, decline in academic performance and failing to complete school work. So these are just some of the common signs that there is just too much screen time. So in terms of screen time tips, I just want to leave with us a few ways that we can help to manage ourselves as girls in particular. We can utilize the screen time using the 20-20-20 rule. And that states that every 20 minutes, look at something 20 feet away and keep looking at the object for 20 seconds. All right, so please remember the 20-20 rule. We want to encourage good posture. All right, it's very important that we sit. Ergonomics is very important here. Keep screens 18 to 20 inches away. Always adjust brightness and darkness levels on screen. Utilize large screens where applicable. I know that at times we have whether it is our tablets or our smartphones, but we are being encouraged to utilize large screens where applicable. Move away from screens during break and lunch times. When we're taking a break for lunch, we unplug, we put down our devices and set time limits for screen time. All right, these are just some ways in which we can manage ourselves. Secondly, there is online hate. Now, online hate means using words or actions on the internet that attack someone's characteristics, race, religion, or gender. And there are some ways, and it's just a reminder for some of us, it's new, how we can protect ourselves. We can block the wrongdoer at once. Girls, you are at liberty to block the user. Tell a trusted adult, whether it's your parent, your teacher, your family member, a neighbor, and report online hate material to the website administrator. All right, so I'm just going to ask us to view this video just for about 2 minutes.
With so much information online, it can be tough to know what's factual and what's inaccurate or sensationalized. That's why you should always evaluate what you find online to confirm its reliability. First, determine if the website you're visiting is reliable. Trustworthy websites offer objective fact based on thorough research, but there are many other sites willing to share less reliable information. Always find out where an article or video got their information to ensure they're sticking to the truth. If an article makes a claim without mentioning the source of that claim, be skeptical. Next, always keep an eye out for bias, as a biased website may distort the truth in order to influence you. They may use emotional language, make broad generalizations and assumptions, or leave out key facts. To overcome bias, focus on the facts of an article, and then check multiple websites covering the same topic. While this process may seem time-consuming, getting different perspectives can shed new light on a subject, while helping you look beyond possible bias. In addition to external bias, you also need to watch out for your own. Confirmation bias is the tendency to seek out and favor information that reinforces your existing beliefs.
Okay, so I want you to just type in the chat for me. How can you spot fake news? And what are some of the tools that you can use to check the materials online? So please to utilize the chat. I want you to type, how can you spot or identify fake news? And what are some of the tools you can use to check if your source is credible? Because girls, from time to time, you get assignments, and sometimes you see things online, and when you check it, it's really, really not credible. So I encourage you now to use the chat, and my moderator will assist me as we go along as to some of the responses. All right, so we're continuing talking about fake news and misinformation. So fake news means false information found online, and misinformation is false information spread by people who think it's true. All right, and we saw in the video earlier what are some tools to use to check for fact or fiction. And just to mention two quickly, there is snoops and full fact. Now, this is an era that is emerging. It's called deep fake technology. So we would have seen, for example, in the news in January 2024, that BBC News gave us some information that Taylor Swift, experienced a fake video that was presented, and persons who know her know that she would not have gone that route. And so deep fake technology is being used to make fake videos, and anyone can use this technology to make fake videos of politicians or famous persons saying or doing things they did not actually say or do. And it's really a big problem now because it can be used to spread lies and promote negative actions and reactions. So let us be responsible, girls and others among us, that we don't spread information until we are positive that it is credible. Inappropriate content. And I just want to point out, that many times we, just by clicking, we may be playing a game and click on a site, and all of a sudden you're in a space that you have no idea how you got there. And so inappropriate content encompasses material that violates societal norms, ethical standards, or legal regulations, and it can cause harm to individuals or groups. So, as was stated earlier, sometimes you're playing a game or you're using an app that is not age appropriate, and you can, have inappropriate content being shared with you. Streaming content or participating in live streams without parental or adult consent and supervision, that's another way of being exposed to inappropriate content. And here in Jamaica, our Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions of Cybercrime and Digital Forensics Unit, she said that parents, they have a responsibility to supervise the content that their children are being exposed to. And I want to encourage us too, as girls, sometimes we have to make that judgment call when we see that content and we know that it is inappropriate. We remove ourselves from that environment because we don't want to be exposed to worlds that is, inappropriate. So protecting yourself, how do you protect yourself from inappropriate content? Be cautious about clicking on unknown links or downloading attachments. Keep software and devices updated with security patches. As it relates to ICT careers, according to the United States Census Bureau, only 27% of women are employed in the field of STEM. Only 27%. And in 2022, the ITU reported globally that 13% of technology workers are women. And research is showing us that women face certain challenges due to stereotypes and biases, inequality in leadership, lack of support through scholarships, and uneven compensation. And those are just some of the current realities that women face. So I want to share with us some of these new and emerging careers that's associated with keeping us safe while we explore or we go online, while we browse. All right. So a popular one is the cybersecurity specialist. And this person protects computers, networks, and data from cyber threats. All right. And you will need at least a bachelor's degree in computer science to advance yourself in this area. As you know, cybersecurity is becoming an epidemic. And so, skill sets are needed. And we're encouraging females to check out that area and to see how we can solve real world problems. Another one is cloud engineer. And this works like a virtual storage and processing spaces on the internet. And we know that cloud computing is here to stay. We are now into the AI world, and very soon we move to the quantum computing. And so this person is responsible to ensure that we have services like online storage, streaming, and collaborative tools. And also, as you will see on the screen, you would need at least a first degree in computer science, software engineering, information technology systems, etc. Another one doing my research I came across was AI ethics and bias analyst. And some persons may argue that these careers were always around, but now, because of the introduction with AI, everything has AI attached to it. So this person, they help the computer system by, using codes to ensure that the information that is presented is without biases, all right? Because this has implications for our social being, how we interact. We don't want to see content that is more leaning towards a particular gender or religion, etc. And of course, the educational requirement is there as well. Then we have AI trainer. We know it's a new era. That person will be able to show and teach persons how to use popular models like ChatGPT, etc., and how, you know, we can move along. We know that with these technologies, it's the prompt that is very, very important. The algorithm auditor, this person investigates and analyzes and ensure that there are fair and unbiased use as it relates to the algorithm preventing discrimination during execution. AI governance specialist, also very important persons. This person ensure that the guidelines are there to ensure that the systems are used responsibly. And finally, I think I'm almost down to the end, the deep fake detection analyst and cybersecurity analyst. We touched on what deep fake is. These are critical persons that are needed to help to keep us safe online and to ensure that we are not being exposed to cyberbullying and malicious content. And when certain keywords or when certain features within a video is shown up, these persons can help to detect that, no, this is incorrect and inappropriate and prevent it from happening. And last but not least, a digital literacy educator. And this is an educator that teaches children and adults how to critically evaluate online content and to identify fake news and misinformation. I've also shared some sites that persons can visit for additional resources, and I'm open now to questions and answers. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Sims. In the interest of time, we're going to go straight into the next presenter. If we have time at the end of it, we'll always come back for questions. So we will be moving on now to Ms. Stanislas. Are you in the room with us?
Stanislas. I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
We can see your screen.
Good day. A pleasant International Girls in Information, Communication and Technology Day. I am Raiden Stanislas from the island of St. Lucia, a Get Safe Online ambassador. One would describe social media as websites and platforms used in networking, whether natives to the internet or digital immigrants here to browse. Everyone with a cellular device is a digital citizen. With 4.8 billion users every day, social media is an integral part of our world and the main way we stay connected. When creating an online presence, let's think twice before we post or share any sensitive data online and ask ourselves, is this information true? Does it say anything you wouldn't say in real life? Would I want this information to be online in 5 years? This would include posts, snaps, videos, and comments. Digital rights are human rights in the digital space. They are concerned with ensuring citizens have access to information and freedom of expression in a safe space that respects privacy and security. Digital privacy involves protecting personal information such as your name, address, emails, check-ins on social media, financial information, and other sensitive data from unauthorized access. Measures to protect our digital privacy may include using strong passwords, avoid public Wi-Fi networks, avoiding clicking on suspicious links or attachments, and limiting the amount of personal information shared online. While digital safety involves protecting the digital devices and data from cyber attacks, viruses, malware, and other online threats. Measures to ensure digital safety include using antivirus software, regularly updating software and applications, and enabling multi-factor authentication. Also, downloading software from unreliable sources. In digital law, there are a number of rules that regulate and cover how you should use the internet. Copyright, for example, is a type of intellectual property that gives the creator of an original work the exclusive rights to reproduce, distribute, adapt, display, and perform a creative work. Plagiarism is when someone uses another person's words, ideas, or work without giving credit to the original author. It could be intentional or accidental and may include published or unpublished material. The Fair Use Index is a legal doctrine in US copyright law that allows limited use of copyrighted materials for purposes such as criticism, commentary, news, reporting, teaching, and research. Digital citizenship is the responsible use of technology and etiquette as to how to behave online. It includes legal behaviors such as not hacking, stealing someone else's identity or intellectual property, cyberbullying, scams, spreading viruses, and more. It also includes protecting your privacy, managing your reputation, and considering how your online activities affect you, others, and the online community. Here are some digital etiquette tips and safety. Be considerate. Don't share anything online that you wouldn't say to someone's face. Be aware of strong language. Example, all caps and exclamation points could be easily misunderstood. Use strong passwords. Choose strong, unique passwords and change them regularly. Don't reuse passwords or overshare them with others. Update software. Keep your software operating systems and internet browser updated regularly. Protect your privacy. Avoid oversharing personal information and review your privacy settings and data policies. So that was just some digital netiquette tips. Yes. Digital citizenship is a vital concept in today's interconnected world. It encompasses the responsible and ethical use of technology, including the internet and social media platforms. As digital citizens, we have a duty to respect others online, protect our personal information, think critically about the content we consume and share, and contribute positively to the digital community. By practicing good digital citizenship, we could create a safer, more inclusive, more productive online environment for ourselves and future generations. Thank you for your attention, and remember, being a good digital citizen starts with each one of us.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Stanislas. That was a very informative session. It also reinforced some of the things we would have learned earlier as it relates to cybersecurity. So I have one question for you. What strategies can individuals adopt to maintain a healthy balance between technology use and personal well-being? Because when it comes to cybersecurity as well, it's about more than just protecting your information, right? It's also about protecting your integrity and your reputation online. So what are your thoughts on how people could maintain a healthy balance between like what you share online and taking care of yourself while still using social media or technology?
To maintain
Question
a
could
healthy
also
balance of mind.
Sorry, I was just saying that the question is open to Miss Sims also. Miss Sims could answer when you're finished if she wants to come. Sorry.
Well, to maintain an online balance, it's all about balance. So you're not on the phone the entire day just checking messages. We're also looking at it as something educational, something that could actually teach you right there in your hands. So while we're using the phone every day, we should maintain a balance and, take breaks, shorten our screen time, use the 2020 rule, stand at the screen for 20 minutes, you turn away and do something else. Well, yeah.
Thank you for that response. Miss Sims, would you like to answer the question as well?
She answered it brilliantly, but just to add, yes, I endorse all that he said. It's important that we don't spend all our time on the screen. We need to take frequent breaks. Thank you.
No problem. So I'll hand back over. So, we have another question in there.
Thank you so much, both women, for your erudite presentations. My questions pertain to parental control apps. As a social worker, I know that parents struggle. They give the children the device, but how do you control them visiting sites that are inappropriate? I know that one parent said to me that she installed an app that gives her a ping every time she thinks her daughter's wandering into an unsafe site. Which one would you recommend? And my final question pertains to how do we here in the Caribbean raise awareness about the online dating scams? It's a huge issue that is taking the world. The fact that persons are going on site, they're looking for love, huh? But in looking for love, they're also being tricked and conned out of their it's very fraudulent, and it has led even to murder. There's a young lady who was spent her time looking for her mom and found her mom met a guy online. Well, the mom is dead, but she's raising awareness about how to protect yourself from online dating, given the fact that we're all now digital citizens and the world has gone digital. What would you recommend for us here in the Caribbean and Latin America? I thank you.
Well, ladies, I could answer the first question about what to do when your child has a device. You would open a different account for them. So if they're not using the same Google account as you, because then they would see everything that you've been viewing on that Google account. So you'd have to open a different account on the same device and then give them that.
Yes, but just to add to it, we are also aware that our students they're very smart and they have different accounts for different spaces. We always encourage parents to occasionally Google your child's name to see what comes up. and then you can treat it from there, because a child can argue
Right.
that they were impersonated, etc. So Googling your child's name occasionally is a helpful tip for our parents.
Okay, thank you for that. That's actually something that's new to me. I haven't heard of that one before, the method of Googling. I hope my mom does not Google me. Anyway.
You've been doing things.
So I'll hand you back over to Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sims and Ms. Stanislaus. Very informative presentations. I think we've been having those all day. We've been blessed. I'd like to now, we're moving to our last session. I'd like to thank the educators who stayed on a little longer because we are running late, as we are always want to say in this part of the world. I apologize to all the persons online and persons who are still waiting to share their insights with us. This last session is really designed to be a panel discussion to get some perspectives from regional educators on some opportunities and barriers to entry into the ICT and STEM sectors. And they are going to be guided by Mr. Roger Chung. I'm going to ask Mr. Chung to just make short introductions of them, and if we could perhaps just get some early introductory comments from them and then some questioning so that we don't stay too long. And if we could end this session by about 4:45, 10 to 4, I think everybody would be happy so that I could close up and we leave by 4. So Mr. Chung is the chair of the Department of ICT and Digital Technologies at the College of Science and Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, COSTAT, which is a community college. One of his signal achievements is to nurture initially unexposed learners to the point where they attain functional technology literacy. His research interests are diverse, from artificial intelligence in education through systems analysis and all the way to enterprise transformation and online learning and teaching. He has also had a career which takes him through many sectors: retail, waste management, and educator. He's held the positions of IT manager, database administrator, systems analyst, programmer, and lecturer. So we are delighted to have Mr. Chung. He's on very short notice. He's probably our last volunteer moderator. So I'd like to thank him as well for taking on the challenge in such a short space of time. Over to you, Mr. Chung, and please.
Thank you so much. It feels unfair for me to not... Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry.
It feels unfair for me to not read out the entire bios of every single person in this list, but I won't. So, Ms. Constantine, so I'm going to introduce Ms. Constantine Hamilton Mackenzie, founder and executive director of Prospina, my AgTech, Bahamas. Mr. Christopher Francique, lead manager, instructional support and course redesign, Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Kim Spencer, subject specialist, innovative technology, Guyana. Ms. Sabrina Ramratan, IT and EDPM teacher, CPCE, Guyana. Now, all of them have wonderful careers, and sorry, we can't read all of them right now. But let's get straight to it in the interest of time. Education Speak. So we need to talk about, it is a panel discussion on the perspective of regional educators on the opportunities and barriers for entry to entry to existing ICT. So let's start off Mrs. Constantine. Hamilton Mackenzie.
Hi, good day. My name is Constantina Hamilton McKenzie.
Constantina, my deepest
yes. My company is Proserpina Agriculture Technology. You cut out for like 2 seconds, so I didn't get to hear the question.
Oh, yes, right. So the topic is the perceptive of regional educators on the opportunities and barriers to entry existing in ICT.
Okay, so I would say I'm a little bit of an outlier. I work in agriculture, so I deal with agriculture technology and agriculture ICT. Now, what is kind of a challenge is that there is a general perspective that agriculture is digging in dirt, and that that we're not a part of the technology revolution, and people are very limited in reference to how much we're able to calculate. through ICT. And I say calculations because agriculture is very unique in the sense that it's a lot of practical, a lot of science, and a lot of digitization now. At our company, we are mostly involved in agriculture value-added chain. So we've designed an agricultural industrial park that is operated and managed by a digital agriculture software. We track the movement of people, food, and the market, and that is all possible through ICT. We have equipment that calculates the weather, the moisture, how much food is being produced, how much is being shipped, how much is being spoiled. And people don't think of ICT. You need to collect this data, put it in a software that gives us accurate real-time information. And it's through this information we're able to gauge ourselves correctly so we can decrease the amount of degradation to our environment and increase the potential benefits out of our food. So as it also relates to women in ICT, there's already almost non-existent in this hemisphere women in agriculture. And then you decrease the pool even more when you're talking about women in ICT. So in weirdly enough, where I am from in the Bahamas, majority here in agriculture, ICT, it's women. We just happen to all go to University of West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago. We all happen to graduate within the last 3 to 4 years. But as some of the presenters may have said, is that we have supported each other. That is the key. When we saw each other, we acknowledge, hey, you're in agriculture. Hey, you're in agriculture technology. Hey, you in ICT. Once we acknowledge that we're Caribbean, we're women from the same country, we decided to, hey, did you hear about this grant program that's going on? Did you hear about this women's empowerment group? That support system is necessary for us to elevate. And then I'll go a little further. Education, a serious part of agriculture is the education. At Proserpina, we have a preschool program. I know it sounds really weird to talk about little children at, we say K2, K3, and K4 level. My students at EIA, Excel Institute of Arts, they can tell you the core principles of hydroponics and aquaponics. We break down simple terms. Just like some of the presenters said, they know how to swipe from birth. It's the same concept. I encourage the parents of who we teach is to not give them, we say, airy-fairy or fluff explanations. So, for example, if your child is asking you, how does a seed grow? You don't say with love. You say exactly sunlight, this, that, and whatnot. Now that we have technology, tablets, and all this information, you follow it through. On the tablet, instead of the games and whatnot, they do have preschool programs that talk about agriculture education. They talk about how to plant seeds, growing, and whatnot. So let's utilize these materials at an early age to start getting them involved in ICT, and even more specifically, ICT in agriculture. We have students in our high school program that we go in there and we install grow beds and solar panel watering systems. Students became interested because it was more than digging in dirt. I have students who are now interested in renewable energy because of one solar panel. They're trying to figure out, how did we get the sunlight to move water? How much water do I need to know to use? I showed them an app on my phone. It is through ICT that we're going to get a lot of students more interested. And the last thing I'll say so someone else can speak is, I encourage everyone from all ages to push the envelope. When a child asks you a question, do not just answer it. I give you an example. My son is 6 and he's doing algebra. I don't think I would like to brag that he has some genetic great makeup, but it's because he asked me a question when he was about 4 about a term of infinity or explain numbers. Instead of just saying you're too young for that, I said, okay, what else do you want to know? I encourage teachers and even parents, keep pushing. If they want to know something, even my 3-year-old daughter, she said, "Mommy, why is the moon up when the sun is up?" Instead of just going, "I'll explain it to you later," go to the end. Once you answer that, that's going to intrigue them to go again and go again and keep pushing the limits. So when these children come to you and ask you and say they come up with, it might seem like a big dream. Don't make it seem so big that it's not attainable. Push it to the end. They come and say, "I want to build a bridge." Don't say, "Oh, we'll get to that later." Say, "Okay, let's talk about engineering." So ICT is the same thing. I met a young lady who was talking about her experiences in reference to social services. She said she wished there was a way we can track abuse. I said, they have ICT and software that track everything. Why can't you track abuse? So I don't want to, this young lady couldn't be more than 17. I said, well, why don't you explore that? See if it is invented. If it's not, why can't you? We have to remember that just because we're from small little nations doesn't mean we cannot change the entire world through our ideas that can turn into inventions, that can turn into answers towards the world. So just as you teach, no matter what the age is, keep pushing the envelope even further. Just keep going. What else? How do I help you learn it? Don't discard it, and don't let their dreams be too big because they're coming from a
I
little
don't
island.
know how anyone is going to follow that. I am so sorry, Mr. Christopher Francique. Opportunities and barriers to ICT, to entry into existing in ICT, yeah, in the education sector. Education.
Yeah, so you mentioned opportunities and barriers, and so the first thing I would say is just really piggybacking on what Constantina mentioned. A lot from what she shared, what I would instantly say is that there is a natural pigeonholing of ICT into one specific domain, right? And if you have, like, we usually use the term grandfathering when someone is in a particular position and you're being promoted because of a measure of age. But IT suffers from grandfathering, which is whatever we believed about ICT 5, 10, 15 years ago. It's the same mindset we have despite the field is literally exploding. So she mentioned the whole aspect of utilizing ICT in agriculture. And I remember once I went to an expo in Trinity Mall here in Trinidad and Tobago, and they were talking about utilizing drones to water the fields or using drones to map the land and so forth. So imagine telling a child that this same toy drone that you're playing with, there's another drone that is bigger, a little bit more expensive. But if you master your skills at playing with this little toy drone, you can then transfer those skills from the toy to something that could make you money at a few years from now. And so what I would say is the main challenge I would say is really our perception. We really have to peel back our, let's say, our myopic vision of what things used to be and really ask ourselves, what can now be based upon the existing technologies that we're speaking about, right? In the previous presentation, the ladies have presented, one lady was mentioning the different careers, and she spoke about data science, and she spoke about artificial intelligence and machine learning. The reason why these things are so critical, one of the beautiful things with ICT is that there are three core areas I like to call, or three categories where people could fit in. It comes to, let's say, developing the software, developing the algorithms and the scripts that power the software. Somebody could slot in there. Then once that software is made, somebody has to write, let's say, you have the technical writer. Somebody has to write how that software is utilized, right? Then somebody has to be a power user. When it comes to ICT, people have to realize, if you think you're not, let's say, inclined when it comes to writing algorithms and programming, then you may be the one who, after that software has been developed, you can now show people, let's say, as an educational technologist, how to utilize that technology in a specific domain, right? So again, wanting to be as, just partnering from what Constantina mentioned, again, going back to the aspect of the agriculture, one of the things I saw, so identifying the first challenge I said is preconceived notions or the grandfathering of ICT, right? But how that was solved in agriculture is that there was a measure of building a support network among people who found out that there were similar persons like themselves close by. So that came about through education, persons who have graduated from a particular cohort over a period of years, and they realize that they are located closely either in close islands or in the same island, they can now come together. And even if you're not physically located, again, technology, you can partner with, you have Zoom, you have Google Meets, you have MS Teams, you have the internet whereby you can collaborate and come together to ask yourselves, what are the things that we can leverage to push forward the domain within which we're existing? And so, really and truly, I think it's important from the perspective of educators, the perspective of parents, that there is a need to change mindsets. And there's something specific I really wanted to share. I was really reflecting on this. One of the things I've heard people say is that when you educate yourself, you have to go and prove yourself. And sometimes young women in ICT maybe said you have to prove yourself in a man's world. But there's the problem. Why is it the person who's impacted, the victim, being asked to push down a barrier that they didn't set up? The person who really has to change are those who believe that they have these gender biases that need to stand by. So it's not about, because think about it. Somebody has already proven themselves when they have become qualified in the field. Somebody has already proven themselves when they show they can do the work. Somebody has already proven themselves when they have a portfolio that speaks for itself. So whether you're male or female, there's nothing beyond just simply empowering yourself through qualifications and competence. So therefore, the biases that exist, we really have to work on society for people to understand that my young girl who's at home with me, I don't have to push her in something that I think is based upon what I think are for females, but I should push her in things that I know that she can survive in the world of work. Because regardless of the discipline that you're in, ICT is now undergirding everything. So you spoke about agriculture. When it comes to geography, you have graphical information systems where people are utilizing ICT to help map out domains and traffic and urban planning and all of these different things. Now, even for instance, somebody who's a chef, right? You want to use your technologies to help you organize your recipes, help you for basic project management. You have things like Microsoft Lists. One of the things I love about Microsoft Suite, right? I'm not, of course, advertising for them, is that the suite has a lot of technology tools that can aid your productivity, right? And so when you're able to use things like Microsoft Lists to be able to pull together a basic database and sort these things and filter these things, you can now leverage this technology to help you as a chef, to help you in your space as, let's say, as a digital influencer, right? One of the things we have to understand is that ICT exists everywhere. It powers everything. And so regardless of the domain you are in, at the lowest rung, you can look at technologies to improve your productivity, right? Whether you're an accountant, whether you're a painting artist, or whether you're a translator, right? It's important to understand that we can utilize ICT tools and technologies to further enhance our capacity and our capability. All right. And so really and truly, the opportunities exist in terms of when people come together and organically form their a support system, or even educational institutions can help set these things up formally, right? Some institutions have yearbooks, but if you know there's a new field, there's a nascent field that is forming, when these students graduate, we should, let's say, immediately tell them, let's form a group where you can stay in contact, right? And you have the alumni in this specific area. So that's one way that education can formally make these things come to pass. And as I said, really and truly, when it comes to challenges, we should focus less on telling people, hey, you need to break down that wall, but rather focus on those who put up the wall to change their perceptions, because they are the ones who are creating the barriers and not the very people who are seeking to break through. Thank you very much.
Wow, wonderful. You followed and added and complemented. Let's hear now from Ms. Kim Spencer, who I'm sure is challenged to do the same. Let's hear Ms. Spencer. So opportunities and threats.
Right. Good afternoon, all. And I could not agree more with my colleagues that you were talking about how we have this perceived idea of what ICT should be like. And are you seeing my video properly? Oh,
Yes,
sorry,
we are.
my screen properly?
Screen, yes.
Excellent. Now, if you notice, I have there for the barriers, we're talking about how we genderize.
It's not
And
in
I used to
presentation
work.
mode, though. I said
Hello?
it's not in presentation mode, though.
Oh, I am so very sorry. So, right, let me get this in presentation mode. 1 second. Are you seeing the entire screen or just the computer repair company?
Entire screen. Well, not the entire screen. We're seeing the slide. It
Okay.
looks
1
like
second.
yeah.
1 second. Let me get this in
At the bottom, you can find it as well. Bottom icon.
Oops. I am trying to unclutter my screen. Technology for you. but
It's at the bottom of your screen.
At the bottom of your screen. Next to the
my
plus and
screen
minus. Next to the minor.
still filled.
Right or left? Right at the bottom? To the right or left? Minus 36%. Right and press slide.
I am seeing I am seeing something entirely different. I am so sorry, but I will just come out of the share mode for a minute, and so I will get that up and running. But in the meantime and in between time, let us talk about how we see technology, and we see it as a gender thing, not in terms of sex, as in terms of male and female. But when we talk about technology, we're thinking it should be more male oriented, or we have the idea of what a techie should look like. So back to what Christopher and Constantina was saying, we need to ensure that society knows that technology is not just a male thing. And happening today at one of our technical institutes, we have Jill of all trades, which is amazing, where we're going to look at, we looked at all the females that are in technology, different aspects in technology, be it accounting, the accounting aspect, accumulating data and crunching numbers, but all aspects of technologies where the females are actively involved. And this is one of the things that we have to reinforce in society, that technology-oriented person don't have to look as if they take on the aura of a male. But females are quite capable of different facets and aspects of technology and do it just as well. I remember one of our speakers previously, Ms. Dion Walker, alluded to cybersecurity. A lot of times when we think of cybersecurity, we're thinking, oh, we have the males in the background protecting us. And what is very heartening is that we have noted also that lots of females, we had a conference only the other day, lots of females are also in the technology, the cybersecurity protection aspect, which is absolutely amazing. Are you seeing the full screen now, or you only see me now? Hello? Hello?
We're actually seeing everyone. You.
Just seeing
everybody.
I was wondering if you're not hearing me either. All right, so I have changed. Let me get that back up. Technology for you. There you go. Technology, never a dull moment. Right. I guess you're seeing my screen now because it's showing up that it's shared and seeing, but at my end. No, still?
No.
Good Lord, technology is not working for me today. Right. And another aspect in technology, I'll share it in a bit, just before I come off. Another aspect that one of the barriers that we have is that we use females. We seem to think that females should just be using technology to pretty up technology, and they're not really in the serious or real technology. So the ad that I was trying to show you that has the female advertising the computer repair company. She was all pretty and dolled up, and she was talking about computer repairs. So in other words, it's showing us that females are only good for the pretty aspect of technology, and techies should look either as if they are, no offense, Christopher, no offense to our moderator, but as we would say in Guyana, they would look money if they're going to be you doing aspects of hardware or networking, or just simply, as Constantina said, if we're doing agri, it's like, oh, agri, it's a male thing and not technology aspect, and women are not good enough to hold a fork and crunch data and to measure the weather. So these are the things we have to look at when we're looking at some of the barriers. And the getting rid of barriers begin with society. And I'm happy to say that has evolved. And a lot of females are now in the field of technology, and we're doing so very well. Kudos. So that's my little piece on some of the barriers and how to overcome some of the barriers. Education, as Christopher said, education. Ensuring that the general populace know that technology is not just for one area or aspect of the world. I thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And I suspect Ms. Sabrina Ramratan will follow quite well, as the team has shown. The collaboration and the interlinking is happening really well in this session. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Thank you again, Mr. Chang. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to go ahead and I'll be sharing my screen with you. I hope I don't have difficulties like Ms. Spencer did. So
Nothing having difficulties. Yeah.
my task with you this afternoon, I hope you guys are hearing me very clearly.
Perfect. Perfectly.
Great. And I do hope you could see my screen as well.
Not yet, it hasn't popped up. It's started sharing, but it hasn't popped up for me. I don't know if anyone else is seeing it.
I'm seeing that it's still blank here, but it is sharing, but it's not visible to you guys as yet.
Probably
I'm sorry, I think I've jinxed everybody.
Okay, it should be up there now.
Not yet. Yes.
All right, lovely. So this afternoon, my task with you here is to basically tell you the teacher's perspective as it relates to children choosing careers in the ICT. And I'm here to represent on behalf of the Cyril Potter College of Education, which is actually mostly commonly known as the Teachers Training College of Guyana. So let me go right ahead into my presentation. And oh dear, it's not moving. I'm assuming you guys are seeing the first slide only.
First slide only.
All right. Meanwhile, this is moving. Let me put some emphasis on the topic that I'll be talking to you here with today. So by understanding students' career aspirations in ICT, teachers provide relevant support and resources as well, guidance to help them explore and as well as excel in their future chosen path. And I guess we're still stuck here. We're not moved. I'm still seeing the first slide. Are you guys also seeing the first slide with me?
First slide only.
Oh dear. All right, are you seeing it in this mode?
Yes, we are.
All right, let's move on to the other slide. So as I was mentioning earlier, I'll be talking to you about a teacher's perspective as it relates to children choosing careers in ICT. And these are some careers that were already mentioned by my colleagues and the previous speakers in this panel. So I'm not going to touch on that. But I will be talking to you about just a few of them. As you may see, I would have put it some bulleted points saying software development and hardware and network and whatnot. Just to brief you as to what I was trying to display to you this afternoon here was when we're referring to about software development, we're talking about areas that focuses on building and maintaining software applications and whatnot as it relates to developing programs and so on. So the careers that we could follow on with this path, what children could probably, the students more likely could explore in ICT would be areas of software developer, becoming a web developer, and so on. I also have the second point, which is supposed to anyway, we're not going to talk about the difficulties we're seeing this afternoon. So these are some careers that I had wanted to share some paths with that the students could explore. And moving along to the fourth slide rather, this was I wanted to inculcate e-learning, which was something that was already introduced when we had the pandemic era. And why I wanted to talk about e-learning here is because in order for students to be more exposed when it comes to the path that we want to promote ICT in, you want them to be connected anywhere and as well as everywhere. And this could only happen if you have proper internet connection, which would allow students to participate in organized learning experience regardless of their physical location. Let me move on to the other slide. There are pros and cons as it relates to ICT as well, and some of the advantages that I would have listed here in the teaching profession. When we implement ICT, we are aiming to improve concentration and comprehension for the learners. We are trying to promote or encourage critical thinking, promote students' flexibility and autonomy, as well as facilitate communication between teachers and students. Also to stimulate motivation and incorporate new learning methods. And we don't really want to go into the psychology factor here where, different types of learners learn differently. There are different types of intelligence that you could implement using ICT. However, the disadvantages here that would come along with the implementation of ICT, we would be faced with many distractions or a lack of attention from the learners, where they will be, let's say, caught up in the entertainment world, all for the wrong reasons. We also might experience a reduced development of other skills, as well as promotion or consumption of the false information that is being spread, which other members of the panels would have discussed that previously. As well as we have personal and theft, personal data theft, basically, and reducing human contact there. These are some of the disadvantages. Okay, I'm seeing that I'm also making some changes here to my slides that I would have wanted to share. So quickly, the challenges that we would have as teachers encounter in sharing or promoting ICT in classroom here would be, as a bulleted point would have displayed there to you, we have limited access to technology. And this is something that it's not only in Guyana, but across the entire region of the CARICOM communities, as well as lack of infrastructure, which would promote the lack of access of having technology implemented in all the other areas. Limited trained teachers or teacher training. This is a factor as it relates to the teaching training institutions. Of recent, ICT is new, and of course it requires training. What happens to the previous set of educators that would have not, been exposed to this type of training? So of course we're gonna have to promote some form of professional development session or whatnot to fill in that gap. And I have another point there is saying gender disparities. And of course, the culture in Guyana here, and I'm not sure about the other countries and islands, but I would definitely talk about Guyana, is that many times we undergo gender stereotypes. And this is something all over the
I would have heard from the other speakers that they also would have experienced or heard of this stereotyping. And then the cultural norms come in play, where mostly girls would be, we should put it this way, that after school, after you finish school, you just have a song dedication, and then the next thing you know, into marriage. Nobody intends to go and continue their learning, get that tertiary level of education, or pursue that level of education. It's just finish school and get married. So we get, it's just societal expectations that you want to, avoid from that gender stereotyping. So these are some challenges, as well as the perceived relevance. Some people might as well, or students, or you can even say teachers, may perceive ICT education as less relevant compared to traditional subjects, leading to a lack of interest as well as motivation in the learning and teaching of technology. So those are some challenges. And here before I close, I have some recommendations that we could implement and read as follows: advocate for investment in technology infrastructure, provide ongoing professional development, promote inclusive practices, integrate technology across subjects, as well as engage parents and community in ICT awareness. And the overview of my entire presentation this afternoon here, just 2 points I would have summarized it into, is that teachers generally view careers in ICT positively, recognizing their importance in today's digital age and the opportunities they offer in innovation and growth. Despite facing challenges such as limited access to technology and training, teachers advocate for investment in infrastructure, provide mentorship, and promote inclusive practice to support youth in pursuing careers in ICT. That brings it to the end, and this was a slide to provide you with the references from the resources I would have gathered to provide you with this information this afternoon. And that's the end of my presentation. I now welcome any questions that the moderator would have for me or the audience. Thank you.
I don't know if we have any time, but are there any questions from the from others to the panel? Any audience?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon again. So I have one question. I'll put it out to any of the educators on the panel. How do you think we can address the shortage of qualified STEM teachers in schools? Because as much as most of you here would have a lot of exposure and experience with STEM and so on, I've encountered many educators who themselves are not au fait with how to use technology and who may have issues doing stuff like using a PowerPoint presentation and so on. However, the pandemic did bridge the gap a bit because they were kind of forced to, utilize the resource. But how do you think we could further bridge that gap and address the shortage of teachers who are qualified in STEM?
Well, I think I can answer this. I advise that we kind of have to get rid of the traditional concept of a teacher per se. I'm actually an agriculture technology officer, as well as an entrepreneur. But I teach as a part-time aspect and other things. So you have a lot of technicians in the field who freelance, like in the Bahamas. We don't have some teachers who are ICT professionals, but what they do is they outsource it from companies. So grades 10, 11, and 12 here, some of the ICT or computer programs that they do, that they get a certification for, they are actually private companies who have them slotted in to be taught. So you have persons who are kind of a company who's at 3 different schools, and they do their time, and they are teaching along a curriculum. So you might not be able to have them on full staff, but you can outsource when it comes to ICT programs. For us, agriculture, we do the ICT agriculture. We're not an actual teacher at the school, but we have it as a service that we have for the kindergarten schools. We have one for the junior high and high school. So we have them sorted in. We're able to get to multiple schools and give the information throughout. So you don't have to be a staff member. So some schools can look at that as an option because it is literally 2 hours to an hour for that class. One company can go to multiple schools and provide that.
So part-time is one way. Anyone else? Part-time lecturers.
The unfortunate thing for me is that to answer this question is really a need for data in terms of because we're talking about how do we supply the schools with sufficient ICT teachers. The question is at what level of education is there a paucity of teachers? Is it at the secondary or the primary or the tertiary? And the reason why I say these things is that at least within Trinidad and Tobago, I'm aware of quite a number of persons that will teach ICT. Right. But I think that persons who, let's say, are the more innovative persons in the realm of ICT and who are pushing the boundaries, they don't necessarily want to enter into teaching. Right. So going into what Constantina said is that it's almost like you have to leverage people who are authentically utilizing it in the field and try to bring them in. So really and truly, the question is at certain levels of education are more I won't use the word eligible, but it's easier to bring in somebody part-time to teach, let's say at higher ed, as opposed to, let's say, maybe secondary or even primary, right? It's a different ballgame altogether. So it's really a nuanced approach. It's not necessarily a carpet approach or a blanket approach that can be used to solving this problem. But it's really about incentivization, because at the end of the day, again, if we're talking about moving away from the perception of grandfathering in ICT, then we need to have people who, when they look at ICT, the first thing that comes to their mind is innovation. I want to innovate. And usually innovation is one of the characteristic traits of entrepreneurs. So the question is, you have somebody who wants to go into entrepreneurship, but they're saying we want those same skill sets into teaching. So it's something that will certainly require a certain degree of thought. So that's just my contribution to that. Thank you.
And very quickly, let me add my piece. In Guyana here, we have several STEM clubs and STEM organizations that are not necessarily and solely associated with the Ministry of Education per se, but some of our pupils and students, they are also a part of these STEM clubs. And what you would find is that there is a knowledge sharing happening. So indirectly, STEM is being disseminated in the schools via the other the pupils and the students that would have been involved with the STEM club. As it is right now, we have a group of young people, school-age young people that are partaking in a STEM session in one of the CARICOM islands. So still, we have education, and as Constantine and Christopher would have alluded, we have both government and non-government sort of marrying to enhance the STEM capabilities of learners in Guyana. I hope that answers or help to some extent.
Yes. So thank you all for your contributions. I just wanted to reinforce what Ms. Spencer was saying, because I do work with STEM Guyana, which actually has the after-school STEM clubs for students throughout different regions of Guyana. And I do see that it is having an impact on, broadening their perspective of careers that they could pursue and so on. And it would be great if that same knowledge would filter down into them telling their teachers about what they're learning and so on and so on. So we have another question in there?
Yeah, I'm sure. Good afternoon to the panel and, of course, the moderator. To Constantina, can you say whether within the agriculture field that you're in, if you use drone technology to do monitoring, drone technology? We do it here in Guyana to monitor our mangroves. And to Ms. Ramratan, I think you spoke about you have limited access to technology, lack of infrastructure. What are some of the solutions? And do you think if we introduce girls, this is Girls in ICT today, if we introduce girls to tech toys rather than dolls, we will make an impact, because socialization is important. And I ask this question because I remember I only got dolls and teddy bears as a girl. Yeah, I got my first car when I soaked all my teddy bears down. I got a little spanking, right? But I soaked them. because I know when they're soaked, they can't dry anymore. You have to throw it away. To just insist that I have a car because the cars were only for boys. And I was able to get one car as a child. One car, I remember it, a Rolls Royce thing, you know, like the Queen's car. You know, I got one car. So do you think if we tackle the socialization of girls, we'll have more girls focused on careers other than just dolls is what prepares you for motherhood, dolls and dollhouse. We usually want to buy that. So from the socialization, you're actually socialized into the role you'll become as an adult. To Ms. Spencer, is there a mentorship program that that is at your institution? Mentorship for girls, geared towards girls, encouraging girls to actually take up the careers within the field that is actually male dominated. A program for girls. And you see, I'm stressing for girls, right? Because a mentorship for girls will be different from a mentorship for boys. And to my brother out of Trinidad, you know, I like the way how you talk about perhaps not doing things in the same mundane way. What would you prefer as a solution to tackling? There's a huge problem of affordable access. This is Girls in ICT Day, and there are many girls who are not logged on here because they don't have a smart device. How do we tackle that big elephant? The monster in the room is girls' poverty. I thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. Drones. Yes, drones is a part of our program. We actually introduced in our bed program, raised bed, we have a guy from Avail Industries. He comes and he brings his drone out. The children are amazed. They're all excited. Another thing is, besides working for my company, I work for the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. I am in the middle of heading the Bahamas National Drone GIS System development. So we are currently training 8 pilots and 10 data analysts. So the Ministry of Agriculture actually sought the FAO and CARDI and IECA and all the organizations saying, hey, the whole world's getting on these drones. Why is our farmers not catching up? So we've been using it because, I don't know if you've heard of a Hurricane Dorian that came through the country, swept through, flattened the line. So we needed to know what happened, where things went. We needed to know where the animals went, all these things like that. So drone technology is at the core right now in our country. Even the Bahamas Development Bank, the International Development Bank, they have given grants and loans to Bahamian entrepreneurs that want to get in drone technology. Not only here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I think in Guyana as well, the IDB is getting ready to continue the same similar launch throughout the Caribbean countries for drone tech. And just one last thing before I forget, I will be in Guyana from July 10th to the 12th for the Caribbean Forum. Our company is coming there to speak on agriculture tech in the Caribbean and about the software that we are introducing. So while we're there, I'll put my email address in the chat. If while I'm in Guyana, you guys want to collaborate or talk about ICT or the agriculture technology exchanges, we are always welcome to encourage and educate and give you access to our partners. So thank you.
All right, I'll continue with my question. So, recommendations to deal with the issue of lack of technology access, or we could put it in the lack of infrastructure. I would say that, I did not turn on my video. Sorry about that. Great. So the way we could move on with that problem is to first reach out to the policymakers in terms of, let's say, promote them or persuade them rather, so that they could invest in setting up a better service provider. I'm not speaking in terms of Guyana only, but I've learned that many countries, islands rather, are also suffering from having lack of internet access or proper infrastructure across the region. So I would say that advocate for investment in technology or technological infrastructure so that we could have better access to share resources across the students, learners, whoever the case might be. So investment is the first thing, and from there we can move on once we have the resources in order to set up a great foundation. That's my take. Thank you.
Right, to answer your question, in 2019 and 2020, we had a girl code session at Ministry of Education NSERT, which catered for secondary school age girls from first form right on to third form. So we did this in 2 cohorts. So we saw over 80 girls. It was amazing. Over 80 girls came in and we taught them coding. We had a lecturer from the University of Guyana. We worked in collaboration with NSERT, Ministry of Education, and we had the Girl Code program. So these were young girls, as I said, ages 12 to about 15. So that was one. What we have done now, we have recently launched the robotics program in the schools. So we have little pockets of mentoring and monitoring in some of the pilot schools. These are primary schools, to see how it would take off before we spread it countrywide. So we do have pilot systems in place, I must say, in terms of mentoring and monitoring for girls. The robotics are for both boys and girls, but it's primary school age. Before I go, Constantina, I'm very pleased about your drones because only recently I was at the Heritage Society meeting, and where I learned that the Chinese embassy had donated some monies for hinterland demarcation purposes using drones. So what happened? The drones went into the forest areas. The girls were, and it was for girls. The girls who were drone rangers, so to speak, they were using the drones to demarcate boundaries in the hinterland areas. So yes, we're all droning. Thank you.
All right, and so you, with respect to treating with the ability to innovate, without access to specific devices, what I think about is the thing about innovation and interest is about creating a spark, utilizing what you have, and as time goes by and opportunities evolve, then you have opportunities to bridge and branch out. So what I mean by that is that, for instance, even when young girls may not have access to internet devices, or internet or very high-tech devices, you have some STEM kits, all right? So for instance, if you want to get somebody involved into robotics, you could buy basic STEM kits. It looks like sticks, and you have these little, so it's like a Lego set, right? With different, and so you don't really try to get the internet, you bring the STEM kit, this physical package, you have all of the instructions, and it shows you how to get it done. So without even getting or going online, you're able to now sit down and put this thing together and utilize it, play with it, and then see how it works. The thing about innovation is about planting a seed, helping somebody to move from, hey, I'm looking at this, to now, hey, I'm participating in this, hey, I built this, right? So the STEM kit is one. They're a very affordable STEM kits that can be purchased and shipped to persons in rural areas and get them interested, right? That's one. Another aspect of it is that when I think about web, I think web design is one of the lowest technology requirement tools. Let me tell you why. You don't need internet access to design a web page. Doing HTML and CSS, all you need is a computer and what is Notepad on that computer, right? So all you need to do, give somebody a USB, give them the tutorials on the USB drive, give them a book, and go through with them and teach them, and you can get them to be a very versatile web designer without even going online. So what we have to really tell ourselves is look at the low-hanging fruit that we can basically pick, that based upon the limitations of technology. So once we have a computer, no problem. And I would even say this much. I have really reflected on the idea of even teaching web design without even having a computer at first. So what do I mean? When somebody could understand the concept of a house, right? And a house has walls, right? And then you have paint and furniture. I tell people HTML is the structure of your house, right? And then how, and of course, the fact that certain nations build inside with gypsum walls and you can move it and break it down, and that's your CSS. So putting up the gypsum walls and the paint, that's one analogy. Another analogy is an essay. HTML has, you have your headers, you have your footers, you have your content. So your introduction, the body of your essay, then your conclusion. That's how I look at developing a website. The reality is that we can really don't, what we need to do is not focus on what we don't have, but focus on, okay, if all I have is a computer that may take half of an hour to boot up, no internet access. As long as I get it to boot up, I can sit down there and code in Notepad and become the best web designer based upon some resources given to me on a USB drive. And so the last thing I would say is that some countries look at empowering community centers. So what happens is that the community center, that's where the internet access is. So in the rural areas, you go, you have a web drive, your USB drive, you do the work at home, then you can go to the community center and go onto a social site, an educational social site where you can share your work and you can receive feedback. Then download packages from that community center where there's internet access, go home and work on it. So it's really about, if that person doesn't have it at home, it's about creating little pockets of internet access where people could at least go, download, do work at home, carry back, upload. And basically that's how we could build that innovation until there's an evolution of the access to resources for individuals. And that's the best way I would say, building that innovation with lack of access. STEM kits, you have very cheap STEM kits. And as I said, web design. That is low-hanging fruit to get somebody involved in ICT and development without access to internet and a very fast computer.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. You know, as you spoke, brother, I'm looking across at Miss Britton and I'm telling her, you still need a device. You spoke about the computer, right? And the internet, but you still need to have the device to even pick the low-hanging fruit. There are some communities that don't even have the device. And so
partnership with institutions.
Sure. I was showing her, we have here in Guyana, we did ICT hubs, right? And Miss Andrew here would know that I spent perhaps it's into 2 years. I'm trying to connect a village in the North Rupununi, the Bina Hill Institute.
Yeah, we know.
It's a remarkable institute. Once you go there, you have to speak Makushi, and you have to learn the Makushi. It's the preservation of the Amerindian language, and they would sing to you in Makushi. And I will tell you this: we had a little startup, and because of the infrastructure problem with the internet and the ICT, that institute is not on board as yet. But you have children who wanting and willing to actually go, because you have STEM clubs in the Rupununi. But because of where they are, they're in the north, it's closer to Brazil. But you have a lot of technicalities there and so on. So I would like for the infrastructure to be better. And yes, Ms. Ramratan, I believe that we have to persuade and cajole the policymakers. I pray that something in the brain will do a 360-degree turnaround and do more as it relates to getting the communities on board and to be more impactful, so that we will have a more robust system where our girls, when we're celebrating Girls in ICT Day, they would have more affordable access to devices. I thank you. I see a raised hand. I hand you back over to the moderator. Blessings. The moderator. There's a raised hand.
Pauline,
oh my goodness, sorry.
Yes, Pauline.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Pauline Yearwood, and I am the transport lead here at CARICOM Secretariat, the Deputy Program Manager. First, let me thank my colleagues and all the participants for a very insightful. I mean, I have been on this from the inception this morning. Very, very interesting contributions. And of course, as I introduce myself, I am the transport lead, but I'm speaking now in the context of who I am. And why I am very interested is because I'm an aerospace engineer by profession. And I really embrace Christopher's comments But one thing I want to say that is missing, that my contribution here is we have to get out of the mindset of our people that science is difficult. Oh, I don't like maths, I don't like physics, I don't like this subject because it is difficult. I saw Corey listened earlier just a while ago to see Chris really broke down how you can look at simple operations and get kids to be part of it. But as I said, it's key getting having the parents, the associates, the schools, having kids feel that science and technology, especially maths and the physics and so on, it's very difficult. And I'll use an example where I say that we have to get it out. Prior to my coming into CARICOM in 2012, I lived in the Eastern Europe. I was in Slovakia. And we had an interesting program. Kids from very young are very involved in science. I accompany many of my colleagues in the nursery schools. When I say nursery schools, like what we would call kindergarten. And to get the kids, you say, look, draw a wing, explain to them, they don't have to be, they're not rocket scientists yet. But from very early, they would have a concept of a wing. So they would draw what they think is an aircraft wing. Then you use the simple matchsticks or the simple papers, normally simple paper, to teach them the concept of flight. What I observed by that sort of teaching, kids were very then much inclined to then deal, because they understood the practical. So understanding the mathematics and so of it became easy. But for us now, we don't speak, even if you listen to any European person or you go there, they speak like this. Where do you live? Oh, I am 15 kilometers from, it is 6 miles from. We do not speak like that. So we don't even have the concept of the science in our head, maths in our head. It's down the road, around the corner there. So of course our kids do not have concept of space. So of course, even for me, as science-based as I am, when people told me like 500 or 50 kilometers, I had to start getting my mind into what is a kilometer distance, so that I could think in measurements. So I say that to say this. So we have to start from very young, speaking like that even to our kids, not things that are a little bit. It is either 2 liters, 3 liters, that from very small they understand science. And so that is in this space, and I'm finding that is missing this side. And until we get that into our psyche, I think it's always going to be an uphill battle when then they become adults, or at least utilizing the science to understand it. And I say why and what annoys me with us on this side, we can quote Shakespeare very well. Kids are traveling, but in my era, there are people who never even saw the city of the country, but they could quote Shakespeare and everything. But then a simple formula that they do not understand how to use that formula to gain a science, to arrive at an answer. So I'm saying we have to start, as I said, with the teachers, having the kids understand from very early basic science. And as I'm always saying to my colleagues, nothing is rocket science. So once you get that going, I think so we have to start from very young. Speak in the language of the science and reinforce that, and people, it becomes natural. As I said, don't come, man, this car going fast, this thing got a lot of speed. What is speed? 60 kilometers or over on the 60 so that at least it is numbers and figures and sciences in your psyche. So, and Chris, I like your contribution. I try to avoid this issue about female areas. I was one that entered a career, when there are very few of us, but I never saw it as a competition. I never saw it as I was in something because of men being there. I was in something because I know I was going to be the best in it. And that's how you have to position yourself. I don't care who is there. And my colleague will tell you, I always speak about three people, me, myself, and I. So I am always I'm my greatest competitor. So with that in mind, very good. I really enjoy this. I think just for the teachers who are listening, simple aviation programs you can get your kids in. The folding of the paper as an airplane. You remember that? I don't know if it is still done in this era, but you have, and then you have the kids, utilize it to see how fast far theirs can go. So that get them into a competitive mood. Then you move into a system where you use the mats, the polo sticks, to make an aircraft wing. And then just like how you utilize, and not only, you don't even have to use polo sticks. For me, I've been using it, I've done a few classes here, and what I've used with them is the simple coconut leaf, the coconut stems. And at least for that, for them, that produced flight. And I was surprised to see how many of the who they call the bright kids grasp that and even use it into different concepts. So that is another thing I find sometimes that the teachers are not observing. That the kids might have an inclination towards science in a different view than how you are teaching it. They could place it into their own concept. And I will close with something I've observed here about Guyana, and an experience I have within the last 2 months. And I have a grasp of it on video, and I needed to share it with my colleague, and I had meant to do so for the last few months. I love the innovation of the Guyanese. I live in an area here in the East Coast that is, how it's separated by the water dams. And there is a young guy who lives across from my section, so I could stay from my back patio. I've observed him take a fridge, turn it upside down, and made it light for travel. And he uses that to come across between the areas so that he wouldn't have to go around the road. So morning I spoke to him and I said to him, I thought that was a very ingenious approach. So I said, what gives you the idea? And I chatted with him. He understands the basic principles of science and not realizing, but of course, he isn't in a position, he is a laborer. So I think in a classroom or when he went to school, nobody would have seen that aspect of his knowledge of science. But of course, how the system, he did not pass the common entrance and so on and so forth. But the ingenious turn of this refrigerator into a floating vessel, that is actually working. This is amazing. So how many teachers are doing this in the classroom or are looking at this type of innovation with kids or developing that? And we have to, and that's why I always say it starts within in the teaching environment, but mostly in the home. So I want to reiterate, if you have kids, speak to them in the science. We are going to the supermarket, it is 4 miles away, not down the road there or round the corner. That isn't cutting it. Europeans don't speak like that to their kids, I notice. Secondly, if you are measuring something, don't give me a dossier or a little bit of, I need so that at least, as I said, the science is already thinking in and fitting into their brain set. So I close by that, and again, thank you for a very informative discussion. And I want to see more women in aviation. I keep saying that, and I don't want I don't want them into the areas where whenever I go to visit, the kids would tell me this, or when they visit here. Oh, you don't look like an air hostess. I said, no, I'm not an air hostess. So we have to get them into because you see, that's what they see. So you have to get them into the engineering aspect, the aerospace engineering. That is a big field now, expanding I heard Chris mention or someone mentioned about the drones. The drone technology is there. So the research aspect of it. So there's so many things. I am, I've been in this profession over 35 years. So you can imagine how much I love it and I'm very passionate about it. So again, thanks again.
Thank you, Doctor. That was wonderful. So I suspect we didn't have enough time to discuss everything and to find all the solutions we need. I suspect this panel right here can probably find many of these solutions or collaborate with their colleagues in order for us to come up with great solutions. I'm already hearing solutions flying. No, we can't go forever. This has to be the end of the session. So we pass you back on to the main group. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. I am thinking that we didn't hear from you. Did you want to share any perspectives for a minute?
Sure. So all I can think of is there are many free tools available. Like I have to mirror Mr. Francis's comments about the tools available for every area possible. So we're thinking that girls have to get degrees in IT. No, they just need to know enough technology, become technology literate, just like how you're AI literate and digital literate. That's all that's needed. And from there, the sparks ignite so they can now use it for agriculture. They can use it while they teach. They can use it while they help find solutions for floating fridges and other solutions in order for us to really empower them. It's really just to light those sparks. Like what the girls in ICT is doing, what the CARICOM is doing right now with this. And just igniting ideas so that we can ask why. How can this be done? Why not?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Chung. Thank you very much to the panel. I can't say enough thanks. Last year, and Mr. Francis is becoming one of my favorites. I think he knows this. Last year, when we introduced some boys, he was the crowd favorite in there, and I think we need to have a half morning with Mr. Francis and hope that nobody else will be jealous. But I thank everybody on the panel. You stayed late. As teachers, I know you've already had a full day, and you stayed with us late. I am going to have the not pleasant task of trying to wrap up today, and I'm not going to take another half an hour because we had rich discussion from the time we started. We journeyed probably all the way up from London to Colorado to Guyana, Jamaica, Grenada, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Bahamas. We had all those voices in the room and more. And as I tried to sit and listen and reflect on what themes were coming up, I was trying to do word cloud. And I put it into word cloud, and word cloud said too many of trying to use a free word cloud, and word cloud said too many words. So I'm putting the themes in the chat so that you can see them, but they not everything free works the way you want it to. The themes move from empowerment to continuous learning to keeping curious to intersections between key sectors: law, technology, climate justice, agriculture. We had a rich day of presentations. It's always a hard labor of work to pull this day together, but it is every year has been more enjoyable than the last. And this is probably the only day that I think we in the ICT team get to take a day off while we work with you. And so it has been instructive, empowering, humbling, lots of food for thought. And I'm just thinking about today as we go. Today was actually sort of 10 years since we started this process. Wow. But I'm thinking that 2025 needs to be a blockbuster year where we can really bring people together in the rooms and have a hybrid event. And every time every presenter spoke today, I was thinking, how do we bring these people together, bring them into the partnership space that where we want to really move things along, influence curriculum, raise awareness, move it into policy. And I think perhaps this is the watershed year where we can do it. We have a good enough body of people. We probably have about 70 to 100 people who have presented over the years and who are still interested in the process. And so I thank each of you from the bottom of our hearts, because we have, as a partnership, we have enough fodder to move forward and make the 2025, which will be our sort of 10-year celebration, a real process which adds value to what is going on in the region and really makes the partnerships ethos come alive in a very tangible way. There's always a lot of people to thank, and I don't want to miss anybody, but please forgive me. I'm going to try to pull it into a bundle today so that you don't have to stay, as I said, another hour. We start with our speakers and moderators and presenters, all who said yes. I don't think we had any no's. And as of last night, we were getting 5 and 6 other people volunteering. So we'll have to go back and have a part 2 or ask them to wait for next year or use them in some other way. So persons are, it continues to give you satisfaction and courage because persons are still interested in the process as we go through year to year. The participants, of course, all of you, and I'm happy to report that at 1 p.m. we peaked at about 52,000 people looking at the session. So we were not, we were not alone. Even though the Zoom room might have been quiet and small, on the platform, we had about 52,000 people at 1 p.m. and we will get the stats and post them on our website. So the participants, the schools, teachers, everybody who made the effort, even the presenters who stayed back for everybody else's presentation, we can't thank you enough. Mr. Raj Ramdas is probably off still monitoring the platform because I think they ended about 7. But Raj Ramdas just sent me a very simple text last year saying, do you want to collaborate? And it has been magic since then because our numbers grew from hundreds to thousands just by saying one yes. So yes, there is possibility in this region. So the CARICOM Girls in ICT Partnership, all the partners, we will thank them individually, but many people came forward and recommended speakers, volunteered to do our flyers, volunteer to moderate, volunteer to do all sorts of things, help us with the bio slides, help us with lots of little things which you don't see behind the scenes. So we thank them for that. We thank all our moderators. I think I've thanked them already. We thank persons who provided videos, and you'll see some of them as we close out. Some people gave us some videos as to just motivate others about ICT for the day and to talk about the event. And we will use some of those as we close out. The CARICOM Secretariat, the ICT for the team is one of the smallest in the Secretariat. It's me and Ms. Utica Alves, as I said, she joined last year, and we therefore have lots of angels in the wings, all the sections, IIS, admin, all of our sections who put their shoulders to the wheel to help us bring this off and keep the technology moving. We had about 6 meetings in the building alone. And in Guyana, we seem to have about 20 others called big meetings using all the bandwidth we can probably get. And they held it together for us for the day. And so we thank them for all of this. Everybody starting from the security guards all the way to the IT people. And I cannot close without thanking Ms. Utica Alves. I threw her into it in her first year and said, I don't want to do this again. You need to pull it off, and pull it off she did. And so I think you'd want to thank me with her. But I thank all of you again. Thank those of you persons who help you to produce your ideas and bring them to the fore with us, and ask that you continue to stay in the process with us. We will be reaching back out for various things, and we never get a no. And so I thank you in anticipation of your yes. And we will continue to keep the conversation going in a lot more structured way this year as we build up to Girls in ICT Day 2025. We had people who stayed in the room and gave us energy. We thanked them for that. So it wasn't just me and Utica in a room talking and interacting with you. We thank you for all of those things and more. Is there anything else I forgot, Utica? No, but so she has given me permission, having watched this from beginning to end, that we can close up today. So I hereby call us adjourned at 4:30 this afternoon. And thank you very much, all of you who stayed with us to the end. Much appreciated. Take good care. Bye-bye. One love.
Hello, happy Girls in ICT celebration. I am Celise Haynes. I wear a couple different hats. Happy Girls in ICT celebration. I am Celise Haynes. I wear a couple different hats, one of which is as a governance and legal specialist at a regional fintech company. And I'm also the head of chambers at Titan Chambers, which is a legal chambers located in Port of Spain, Trinidad. We do have regional operations and business, and we provide support to emerging industries such as fintech. We also hope to be the pioneer in melding law and technology within the region as well. In my organization, we help our clients with developing solutions that assist them in building systems to remain compliant in whatever industry or scope that they operate in. For example, one of the things that we do is help our clients understand exactly what their compliance requirements are, what they need to achieve compliance, and helping them work backwards or reverse engineering exactly how they have to set up systems to be put in place to achieve the compliance status. I've been asked what inspired me to choose a career in ICT. I sort of more fell into it. I had been working as an attorney and set up my own practice, and I always felt like the law was evolving fairly fast compared to, I suppose, the olden days, and there was a lot that needed to shift and pivot quite quickly. So when I saw what the payment space was at, and actually my relationship with a lot of the tech companies that I currently work for started because I had technical problems that I needed to solve within my legal practice. So there just emerged this opportunity for synergy. Girls are significantly underrepresented in STEM and STEAM, especially in the Caribbean. And I think girls in ICT do a way for persons who, like me, I suppose, want to understand their place and space, how they can actually find and carve out a career path in this area. As a previous speaker for one of the CARICOM Girls in ICT sessions, I can say that the quality and persons who present will definitely be able to give you a broad spectrum and overview of all the opportunities that there are in this space. So I'd thoroughly and happily encourage you to participate in the series. Thank you and happy to connect, Celise.